Let's kick it. Or my blue hat for you. Do you like it? Do you like this blue better? I guess the thing wasn't clicked. I don't know why it was like that. I thought it was on. You guys couldn't hear me? Hey, my face wasn't showing up?
No, it was just still with Daisy's picture.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
We couldn't hear you or
Oh,
see you or anything.
shit, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
How's it going? I love your hat.
Oh, yeah, I knew you'd like this one.
I like that one. You look like the skipper.
Yeah, thank you. Good.
You look like you belong on a boat
Yeah.
or fishing.
Well, hey, Drifter, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I don't normally. I don't know why it wasn't like that. I just noticed it because
Yeah,
I'll look up, and it showed it was clicking away as live, but I guess I just didn't click it in the right spot.
yeah. It was just Daisy's picture.
Oh,
No
okay.
sound or anything.
Oh, okay. How's your day going today?
Oh, good. I just kind of didn't do anything and then went to kind of an early dinner with Sarah.
Oh, that's cool. How'd that go?
Oh, that went good. Now we have to hear about how awful she feels, Tom.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Is
Oh
she
God.
so? Is she depressed over this?
Oh, Tom, it's just another reason for her to complain.
Hey, Pocahontas, how you doing?
Oh
Yeah,
God.
right.
But I'd much rather have her complain about this than the other.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that the truth?
Oh, that's why I told Susie. I said, "Let her bitch for a year. I don't care."
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, just things
Uh,
have a funny way of working out, don't they?
oh, yeah, they do. Yep, they sure do. What are you doing tomorrow? Anything? Going to
Well,
go
today
out?
I did a lot. I went into that damn house yesterday, and a rat was living in there, and like some clothes that I had.
Oh God.
He ate through some clothes, shit all over the
Oh,
place. So anyway, I didn't know it was a rat at the time, but I saw the damn mouse turds like all over the place in this corner. So I
right.
went and bought some traps last night, set 'em, and I went in there today, and there were like 3 traps sprung, but no mouse.
Oh,
So it's like shit, maybe what's the deal? So anyway, I went in there and I moved all that shit. Took me forever. Like hung the stuff on hangers, put it on shelves. I got down to like the last pile of stuff that was on the floor because it was just that damn thing had chewed through bags like of some clothes, some rags, looking for food probably.
oh
And the
boy.
damn thing stuck his head out and I conked him on the head with a leg off a chair. So I got lucky. I was lucky. I wanted to kill that damn thing. I was, thinking of this all day. And then the traps are like, I was going to go to some of those poison ones,
Right.
but I don't want the damn buzzards and shit to like eat a rat that's been poisoned. Well, I didn't know it was a rat, but it was. It was a rat, not a mouse. So as soon
Oh.
as I saw him where he was at, and as soon as like I waited and waited, and as soon as he stuck his head out, I let him have it.
I could just see you standing there
Oh, yeah.
waiting.
Yeah, I said to myself, this is a bad day for you. Eating through some blankets, like
Oh no.
eating to the middle, like where the stuff is, that makes it warm.
Right.
Yeah.
He had to throw
Chris,
all that out.
I put the link up there. How come
Hmm.
these people can't see the link? You fucking
What?
blind? Like,
No, you.
Chris, he said drop a link. How come they can't see the link?
Oh, the link's there. You just have to scroll down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes, if there's a lot of chatter, so the link will go up and then you can't see it anymore.
Oh, but don't you see the link on like the screen where you see my face?
No.
See, that's where
No.
I see it. That's where I see it.
Well, see, you can pin your link.
No, it's
So when,
already like pinned where I see it.
Oh, no. I don't see that when I come in your
You
chat.
see Chris's face?
Hey, there's Chris. Hey, buddy.
How's the family?
Good. How's your family?
Family's good.
But the link is right under Chris's face on my end.
Oh, right there. Yes. Can you tap on that?
I can see Tom perfectly clear.
Chris, can't you click on the link? Like, where do you click? Do you click on it on YouTube?
Yeah, on the chat, on the YouTube.
Yeah, but
chat.
you're not clicking it off the StreamYard.
No, I get it right from the YouTube. When I go to YouTube and you're live, I click on you, and then the chat is where the link is. And then I click on that, and it goes over to StreamYard.
Yeah, see, Triple sees it, but when you see me and you see Stephanie and you, right?
Yeah, I see you fine.
And you don't see the link there at the bottom.
Let me see. You mean on the chat, on the StreamYard chat?
Yeah.
No, I don't. You mean where it says private comments and stuff?
No, it would be
no on the stream, Chris, right under your picture.
Yeah,
it's right under.
Yeah, I see it. It says chosen one StreamYard.com. Yeah.
Underneath. Yeah.
So why don't you click on that when you come on?
I have to go to. I got to go through YouTube first.
No, you don't, do you?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know.
Well, how do you click on, Stephanie?
I click on the one you put in the chat.
Yeah, on YouTube, right? And then it opens up another. It opens up another box, and then you. Yeah.
You know what, Tom? I'm gonna leave and try it. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh, Manly type in the link.
Yeah,
I thought at the minimum you could copy and paste the link. But I thought it was a clickable link. Maybe it isn't.
I have to go through YouTube to get over
in the active chat stream. I know, but this is the active chat stream. So why aren't they clicking on it?
Then I got to close YouTube because then I'll have two in the background. I can't have YouTube and this going at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. But if you clicked on the link, you're still talking to me through StreamYard.
Right.
Although the text is showing on YouTube.
Right. Yeah, the StreamYard is on YouTube.
Did you do it, Steph?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, but I'm on a phone. I'm not on a computer. But I know it doesn't work, Tom.
I think you can copy and paste it, can't you?
Yeah, you can pin it right in the chat where it's always pinned.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I can ask my friend Janet. I don't know how to do that.
But when they pin it in the chat, is it a clickable link?
Yeah, it's a clickable link, and then you can dismiss it out of the chat.
Are you the one posting the link, or do you have a monitor that does it?
No,
Tom would have to do it.
I do.
Well, that's really weird because you would have to do it, Tom. You don't have a moderator.
Yeah, well, why would they do it when I'm putting the fucking chat on?
Because sometimes when I'll go on and I'll look, the link isn't there, but then when I'll say, "Can I come on?" and then somebody drops the link with a monitor, some girl, I don't know her name. Somebody dropped it. I don't know if it was you.
Oh, I see. I don't know. When you post the link, you can pin it. Where? How?
Yeah, I don't know.
The damn thing right now. So, I mean, everybody knows you can do it. How?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll find out for you.
If it's I could probably do it. You just got to copy and paste it.
That's right. Try it. Look for the 3 dots. Okay, I see those up here. Yeah, but the 3 dot stuff is not StreamYard or YouTube bullshit. It's like Windows stuff.
It won't even let me copy the StreamYard.com under the picture. I can't even copy it.
Yeah, but see, I don't understand why.
Not letting me copy it.
I don't. It doesn't make sense that I can even have it up there if nobody can use it.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to have it there. I don't know.
3 dots where? Hey, Mark. 3 dots fucking where?
Hey, there he is. Hi, Mark.
Everybody. You can't get there that way, Tom.
You have to go through YouTube.
You can't. You can't use that link that you put underneath where that you have pinned. You can't copy and use that to get on
Why?
You got to click
because
on it.
it's not copyable. The
Right.
way
I wonder
You
why they
can't-
even like. Oh, I see.
yeah, you can't. I tried it before coming up, and it's not doable.
But I'm wondering, do you know how to pin the link?
Yeah,
How?
Copy
at
paste.
the top of the chat, right?
Yeah, I put it wherever the hell I could at this point.
Yeah. Well, there's a thing to check off. I'm pretty sure that says pinned link at top. Hang
Now, would
on,
that be under
So-
settings?
So Mark,
Chris.
Well, I
my-
know I can do it. Like I know I
Michelle
can
heard
do it.
Bimbo
Like
being
this.
mean to me. That's the other night.
What's that, Chris?
Huh?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Then I'm not going to highlight it in the chat anymore because it doesn't do any good.
Michelle and Tom.
Yeah,
were
it
sticking
doesn't
up.
do any good there, Tom.
Oh, okay.
Michelle and Tom were sticking up for me the other night.
Michelle, you mean Stephanie?
Stephanie, my bad.
That's okay. I know you can confuse us.
Chris gets confused sometimes.
No, because
Yes.
Stephanie was listening to the show. I didn't even know she was listening to it. And then when I came on here, she said, "What are you talking about? Static." And then she heard Bimbo going off on. I didn't know where you heard that from. I thought maybe Mark called you or Mark called Tom and told him.
You realize Bimbo gets a lot of enjoyment giving you a hard time, right, Chris?
Yeah, but I think a lot of times it's just abrasive. It's not necessary.
I think she thinks it's part of the entertainment for the evening too, that other people are getting entertained by her getting annoyed
were
with
you
you.
getting entertained when you were getting entertained the other night when you were playing trivia when she called you dumb?
Yeah, no, I don't let her do that.
Did
You
she
can't let
call
her
you
get
dumb?
away with that. You got to
Oh.
get her back.
Did she call
You
you
got to
dumb?
strike back and strike hard.
So you're saying that it's part of the entertainment?
Bimbo treats it like it's part of the show for the evening, that people want to see her get irritated with Chris. I swear, I got a front row seat to it, so I see it.
Okay.
And
And there were times where you had a talk with her and told her to knock it off, and it wasn't very nice for her to be doing it all the time.
oh yeah, I think everybody has.
Exactly. So.
Good.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Because
Little
it's not, you don't want to have a good show at somebody else's expense, you
Yeah,
know?
no.
Oh,
Great.
never.
Right.
But I mean, that's exactly what it is, isn't it?
It is. That's basically what she does. Yeah,
Right.
she does it at my expense too. But she'll put herself up there too. I mean, she'll take the insults too. I mean, she's pretty candid with what she says and
Oh,
what you can say to her.
She just got annoyed because I said it 10 times. Anybody would be annoyed by that. So.
Well, I was annoyed by that, and I don't get annoyed.
Yeah, but
Oh.
didn't Chris
The way I
just
can't
mention
blame her.
something about static?
I said it like 10 times, and she sees the chat. I mean, it's not.
Commenting fast enough.
Yeah, I guess she wasn't commenting fast enough.
Chris, that must be your OCD. You have to go on and on about it.
Yeah, I do.
That's possible.
ADHD.
ADHD. It's called ADHD, is right.
You know what, Chris, I almost did? I almost typed in the chat, what is all that static?
You should have done it.
I know.
Did you hear the static in the background, Mark?
Right now?
No, on the other night.
Oh yeah, it was horrible the other night.
Oh, okay.
It was like she had a fan on in the room or something like that.
Yeah.
It sounded like motor impedance.
But now, if I would have had the TV on, she would have told me to turn it down. No, I wasn't about to tell her to turn her shit down. No.
So the static started when this came on.
Yeah, she said the static started when I came on.
Oh,
I don't know, Chris. I don't know.
Tom's wearing his fishing hat tonight.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them.
yeah, he got all dressed up for me.
Yeah, I got another color. Hey,
That's
how
nice
about
hat,
this?
son.
Does she ever say anything complimentary to Chris?
Sometimes she'll say, "You stayed on topic tonight. I appreciate that." You know, when he does stay on topic.
Oh, okay. So
She's got a
yes
show.
is the answer.
She plans her show. She knows how she wants them to go, and then he'll say, "Oh, look at what I bought today. Look at my collection." And she says, "That's not part of my show, Chris. That's not part of what we're doing here." So
Oh, I got you.
that's what happens.
Yeah.
But since Chris keeps tuning in and he keeps getting yelled at, and he didn't stop tuning in, so I figured, well, he can deal with it. I'm not going to deal with it anymore. You know, I used to defend him, but if he's going to keep going on there and get cut down every week, that's his choice.
Right. That's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Voice of reason.
Yep. So I just don't even butt in anymore. So you're asking for it, go for it.
Right.
I mean, you don't get terribly upset over it, do you, Chris?
No.
I don't take it that you do.
No. And actually, I had called her back that same night and had a talk with her anyway. So she knows she
What was
wasn't
the
mad.
first thing you said? What was the first thing that you said to her? Oh, Bimbo, did you know you had static last night?
No, I just said to her that I'm sorry that the other night. She said, the problem that the reason why she got irritated with me is the fact that I said it 10 fucking times.
Yeah.
When she's right there in front of the chat, she could see the chats. I mean, you know what I mean? But repeating it over and over again, anybody would, and I understand, it's annoying. It really is. That'd be like me coming on Tom's chat and repeatedly saying the same thing. I mean, there was a time when I was on your chat in the early days, you're getting tired of me always coming on and always repeating. You know what I mean? So yeah, I know it's annoying to some people.
Yeah.
It's like Chris, when he asks me every night, "What's for dinner?" I said, "Just take something out of the freezer. I'll cook it. Don't ask me what's for dinner. I have no idea. I usually ask you what you want. So pick what you want. I'll cook it. That's it. You know." But he still asks me every night, "What do you want for dinner?" And I'm like, "Hey, nothing."
Nothing.
He just tries to get his point across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. And sometimes we have someone in the family like that. I think they just want to make sure that we heard them.
Yeah,
So, so they'll repeat things
Over and over.
and we'll just say, "Yes, we heard you."
I get that from my father. I get that from my father. And my dad was always like that. He was always
Oh, yeah.
repeating himself all the time, and
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
it can be annoying to some people. You know what I mean?
Oh, well.
Some people take it
Okay.
differently than others, I guess.
Yeah, life's too short to get annoyed.
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Mark, how's your music thing's been going?
Oh, it's been busy, Tom. We're kicking off our season on the 20th, so we're cramming to get the last of the show together,
Yeah.
and we're breaking in a new singer at the same time. So it's been two rehearsals in the studio a week, and a bunch of hands-on at homework I have to learn because I'm still learning their 50 song set list that I have to know every song.
Song. Wow.
Wow.
Mark,
So
how come you don't ever make a video of you playing and singing?
He has. Mark's
Oh.
He's talking
Oh.
about when they're doing their thing.
Oh.
No, I know, but I mean, he should make a video of him singing and playing one of his songs.
He has. Yeah, he's done that many
Yes.
times on YouTube. He has
Oh,
videos.
you have? I haven't. Oh, I've never seen one.
He's got a
Yeah,
bunch
just go
of.
to his YouTube channel. You'll see his videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're on there.
Let me put my bimbo hat on. You're really terrible.
Yeah, I have them on my channel, Stephanie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll go back
But-
and look.
They're going to be filming the our first show of the year. They're hiring a film crew, a 3-person film crew, to film our show that night. So I'm going to have some YouTube uploads from that. I imagine sometime in May.
So do you think you think Bimbo has a good singing voice?
He might be watching, so.
Who you
Don't put him on the spot like that.
Yeah. You're asking the wrong guy, Mark. Look, he's already acting like he can't hear.
Well, I didn't hear. Honestly, what did I miss?
You and Bimbo could do a duet.
Oh, yeah, we tried jamming once, and Bimbo doesn't play instruments conventionally that I can relate to. So,
Yeah.
Only bass.
yeah. Well, you know how Bimbo plays. Bimbo doesn't really play to musical note. Bimbo plays as she feels fit to play. The notes that come out straight out of her, not off of a sheet of paper, to put it nicely.
Oh, gotcha. Well, she's
got a
looking
new
at something.
song that-
But she's looking at something when she's playing.
Yeah, probably. Probably Al. I think Al is her cameraman.
Fucking shotgun.
Yeah. She's got a new one that came out today.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Maybe I could find a used violin and see if I can still play.
Yeah, man. Sky's the limit.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I know you've seen them probably out where you're living. Probably you've seen them. What do you think about these people that are standing outside of Walmart stores and they're standing outside of places on streets playing a violin,
I don't
They're
give
not
a
really
fuck.
playing it.
but they're not really playing it?
No, the ones I saw were really playing it, and even if they're
bullshit.
not, who gives a
Yeah,
shit?
no.
They're actually not. They had a big thing on television about it.
Yes, they're
And
actually.
the one
not.
here who was playing, it looked like he was playing violin, sounded like he was playing violin. Then all of a sudden you hear there's a saxophone on that tape he's listening to
Yeah,
that he's playing along with.
right.
Who
He's
cares?
not playing.
He's
That's
not.
actually a full
And then when
tape.
you confront them, they'll run after you and throw
They'll
rocks at
spit
you.
at you,
They'll
throw
spit at
rocks.
you.
Why are you confronting him? Why don't you just drive the fuck by?
It's street entertainment. I mean, it's like New York. They got all kinds of street entertainers.
But then they have these others.
These people don't even play the instruments, so they're taking money for it.
Yeah,
We've
then
got a lot
they
of
have the
people
other
doing
ones.
it.
Then they have the others that they'll fake a funeral. They'll stand outside with a sign and say, "Need money for funeral." It's not even a real funeral.
Well,
but
yeah,
most of
you know,
the people that are giving their money are being entertained in some way, so let them
Right.
get their money.
But no,
Doesn't bother me.
Not here in Branson, we've got real violinists all
Yeah.
over every corner.
Yeah, it's got nothing to
they're
do with
playing the
it.
real violin. It's one thing, but they're
It's
not.
got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
it's
Sometimes
like the
just-
street dancers. I mean, I love to see people dancing in the street, you know, on the corner, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Any buskers,
mean-
I think, are great
But,
for a
faking,
city.
but holding the sign up and faking a funeral, that's wrong.
Well, there's so many people that do that, Chris. I mean,
I
you
know
know,
that.
you don't have to give them money. I mean,
It's a scam though, and that's wrong. They're
well,
trying-
yeah, this whole world is a scam now. Of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
there's scammers out there. It's like those GoFundMe page. Those
Yeah.
are big scams.
Yeah, go
Or
for
the
it.
Trump Bible.
Don't bring that up.
Yeah.
I want the Trump Bible.
Definitely
Does
the-
it have the Ten Commandments in it, or does it have the revised Ten Commandments in it? I was just wondering.
Yeah, Tom, will you buy that for me?
Sure will.
Isn't there only like five of the 10 commandments are included in his Bible?
Somebody said something about that. I don't really know.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, Google it.
Look at it, he's broken almost every commandment in the
Green.
Bible.
And the guy, Green, what's his name?
Yeah, but that's Old Testament. Who cares?
When you confront him about what he likes in the Bible, he won't even talk about it. If you try to ask him what his favorite is. When you ask Donald Trump his favorite verses in the
Because
Bible.
he doesn't know what's in the Bible. He's never opened one up.
I bet he has.
That's the problem. So when you ask him his favorite book in the Bible, he has no idea.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
did they ask him that?
He said 2 Corinthians. It's 2 Corinthians.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. 2 Corinthians.
You believe it's already baseball season already? It's here already?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, I know.
It's so boring. First game I went to was 13 innings as a kid, and I thought it'd never
It's
end.
not boring.
Yeah, I
Baseball's
find
very
baseball pretty
boring.
dry.
Go to the stadium.
couldn't get me
It's about as much fun as golf is to
Yeah,
watch.
no kidding, man.
It's better
Yeah,
at the stadium than on television because you see the
Yeah.
mounds and everything else.
So what? You wouldn't
On
get me to,
television, the mounds look flat.
you wouldn't get me to sit in the stadium.
God, my mom loved the Seattle Mariners, and I would
Kirby
just
Puckett.
dread when baseball season would come on because I was living with her and my dad, and she would have that on all the time on
My mom
TV.
did the same with the Brewers. I just took her to every
Yep.
game I could. We had them at work. They give us free tickets and things to tailgating parties. I used to bring her all the time. She loved it.
Oh, yeah.
Great
Boring.
to be able to do that. They do
Yeah.
plenty of things with you when you're a kid that they don't want to do.
Time with the
So,
show starts.
you know,
They say.
teacher parent conferences, all that stuff they had to deal with for us. Let's do something fun for them when they're old.
Hey, yeah, Rita, what they were talking about, the copy and paste, is the one that was on the StreamYard box,
The one that
which
did
is,
it.
it turns out, you can't copy and paste. But we didn't know that then. So yeah, you're right. You would hit the link that you'd see in YouTube, unrelated to what you can see on StreamYard. But I know why it doesn't work, because that's really for comments. You approve them or you hide them
You have
Yeah, I thought
Facebook,
it worked.
Stephanie?
with clickable links. What?
Stephanie, do you have Facebook?
Yes.
Wanna
Yep.
You want to be friends?
Sure, but I don't want to give it out on here, Chris.
No,
Okay, no problem. No problem.
I can give it to you.
Okay. Okay.
I hate Facebook.
Oh, you do, Tom?
Yeah.
I never use mine hardly. The odd thing I post, but for publicity, but that's it.
Is that still
Yeah.
going like it used to? I mean, does everybody use it or not so much?
It's full of propaganda, man. I can't
know.
believe it's half of the, up here at least, the political stuff, bullshit that people put up is just incredible.
But I
Well,
mean,
you
is
gotta
it just popular as it used to be?
Yes.
Facebook, I think even more so,
Really?
Yeah.
worldwide.
Government wants to shut down TikTok. The federal government here wants to get rid of TikTok entirely. They want to ban it.
What are they hanging their hat on with that?
Banning TikTok?
Yeah, what's got them mad about it?
It was just in the news
Chinese
again.
government having had control over it, I think, no?
Yeah, but they knew that. They got control over Walmart's.
Well, talk about a scam. All those people on TikTok are always asking for money.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
Yeah.
another.
Yeah,
That's
you're
another
right.
place.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
You know, I
Yeah.
saw some girls on TikTok that are on porn channels.
TikTok.
Probably.
Yeah.
Any kid
Yeah.
can get on there, and that's not good because there's some things on there are not appropriate for children.
Yeah, but your parents are supposed to block that.
Yeah,
Parents
how
don't
many
get-
parents watch?
Yeah, how
their
many
kids?
parents
Well,
watch
that's
their kids
whose
today?
problem's
They
that?
don't.
Yeah.
That's the
Whose
problem.
fault's that?
Parents- You know, it's like they sell we have marijuana clinics,
Sensory.
dispensaries here, and I guarantee you, I can 100% guarantee you that the adults that go in there are buying it for underage kids, because once it leaves that store, there's nothing they can do about it. You can't tell me that an 18-year-old whatever is going in that store and smoking it with their 17-year-old, 18-year-old kids, because they are. I'm sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
dreaming
well-
this shit up. You don't have,
And I mentioned at the dispenser, and he's like, well, he said that once they leave the store, there's nothing they can do about it. And I
Well, yeah,
guarantee
that's the parents'
do that with
fault. I
anything.
mean,
You can do that with anything.
yeah.
there's a girl that lives here that we know downstairs, and she has
Hey,
she has a little one, and she stands outside her door and smokes marijuana. One of the little daughters in the room. Yeah, you know what I mean. I just don't think
And
that's.
she's babysitting 2 other kids yesterday on top of her daughter. She's going outside smoking pot. I thought,
Yeah,
I don't know if I want somebody who's still want to take care of my kids.
exactly. And who am I to say? If I say something, then I'm in wrong. You know.
Yeah.
You need to smoke some of it.
I think, Chris,
so.
I think you're kind of nosy.
I think so too.
You think it's okay for a parent to smoke marijuana around their children? You think that's okay?
Well, no, Chris, but I mean, you have no control over that.
I know I don't, but
No,
I don't think
but
it's
we've seen people here on drugs who've lost their children, had the state come in and take their kids away from them. 2 of them in the last year.
Well, yeah, that will happen. I mean,
But when they find meth in the kid's system, what are they going to do? You know, a 3-year-old should not have methamphetamines in their system.
well,
That's
no, that's,
See out here.
Hey, Kelly.
yeah, that's the parents' fault. I mean,
What's the point here? What's the point?
yeah, that's out of your control.
exactly.
Unless you have control of your family, if that shit was going on in my family, yeah, we take care of it. But, we can't, what other people do.
Chris, why are you thinking of
Watch it happen.
Chris, why are you thinking of the worst possible examples of everything?
It's like watching an accident.
What'd you say?
Why are you picking the worst possible example of everything?
I don't know.
I mean, this stuff happens, but it's like anything.
Right.
When people have children.
Yep.
What do you act like you shouldn't be able to sell marijuana because there are parents out there?
No. I don't think parents should be smoking around their
I have no
That's all
problem with
I'm saying.
marijuana, but if
I
I
don't
were
either.
babysitting or going to work, I wouldn't be smoking it before I go to work.
Yeah, I mean,
Before I've got
I
to take
don't-
care of my
That's all I'm
children.
saying. That'd be like if I was in a grocery store and then I saw a mother whooping their kid in the grocery store. You think I'm just going to stand there and not say something?
It's totally different.
Well,
That's a
It has
totally
nothing to do with
different
it.
scenario.
would you say something? Would you speak up, Tom?
I have.
But that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I know
Yeah.
we're talking about smoking
Well,
marijuana.
we're not against marijuana.
I'm not against marijuana whatsoever.
I've got
Never have.
marijuana right here, my gummies, and you're helping me with my pain, and my insomnia.
All I'm saying
Hell, my niece, she works in a weed store. She's got 3 she's got 3 little ones. I mean,
all right, but I mean, but she's probably responsible too. She probably doesn't.
Yeah, but they get a lot of really good discounts working there too. They're getting
Yeah,
all their stuff for like
they do.
50% off.
yeah, they do.
That's why they're working in the weed store, because that lady we were telling you about, her daughter works in a weed store and gets her all her stuff.
All I'm saying is, do you think it's appropriate for parents to be smoking marijuana around their children?
Oh, of course not. Of
Hey.
course not, Chris.
How about drinking wine then? Where does it end?
Yeah, where's it end?
A glass of wine, I can see. I mean, that's not a big
If
deal.
you're drunk, that's a
Yeah.
different thing. Falling
You're
down
just
drunk,
having a
drink glass of
occasional,
wine.
man.
Yeah, but you act like everybody that smokes marijuana is face planting into the picture window.
No, not
Yeah.
at all. Not at all.
Right, Mark?
Everybody.
Yeah, definitely. You cut your.
I mean, I don't even smoke it.
Right.
give a
I don't either. No,
I'm
yeah.
trying to follow your train of logic.
I'm just saying, if you had to go to a job, would you smoke before you went to work?
Well, a lot of places have dropped, Amazon as an example, have dropped their drug policies for just that reason.
Yeah.
They won't have any employees.
That's weird.
I mean, I don't think you should be flying around a 747 high on dope.
Right. No.
Right.
But I mean, if the government doesn't have a problem with you driving on it, as long as you're not impaired, how does babysitting differ?
Oh yeah.
I guess.
I mean, it doesn't mean like you're just gonna, just start beating the kids with baseball bats because you're high, or you're just gonna nod out for 8 hours. I mean,
All the
You're acting like I'm
22-year-old
shooting up fucking heroin.
All the 22-year-old in Rockford, smoked marijuana, so he decided to go out and stab a whole bunch of people, and 4 people died.
Yeah, but there's people that stab people that never smoke marijuana.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit goes on all the time. I
Yeah,
mean,
Right.
Ted Bundy, that motherfucker blamed his crazy ass shit on watching porn.
Yeah.
oh God, yeah.
He could have said chocolate milk and the media to ram with it.
And look at all the women in New York are getting punched dead across the face. I mean, they're getting punched right in the jaw. Women walking in New York City now. I mean, who knows if these people are high or have mental illness? We don't know.
What is that? Is that a new thing now? Where they're just decking people in the middle of
Yeah.
the street?
No, that's been going on. I've seen that 10 years ago on.
It's all. I mean, it's a serious problem there. Women are just walking by, and these guys are punching them dead across the face. One girl, you should see how beat up she is.
I saw in New York City a couple of years back, they were pushing people in front of the subways.
Yeah, it's still going on. It's still going on. Yeah.
They just did it last week. I think they killed another one.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, see, you can't dwell on the negative all the time of the negative shit going on.
No,
I mean, you'd be miserable. I mean,
we got mental illness in this country. Nobody seems to know anything about it and how to deal with it. And that's the biggest problem we have in this country. Is that, unfortunately. I think I have a little mental illness myself. So who am I to?
One nut to another.
Yeah.
that's exactly right.
I know I have it.
I think the older I get, I'm developing something in my brain. People say to me, "What's wrong with Angie?" Nothing.
She just needs your medicine.
Maybe I do.
Do you have any mental illness?
Oh, fucking A, yeah, for sure.
Oh, he even admits it. See, he's not even afraid to admit it.
I'll say.
What about Mark? Mark, do you have any?
Man, I think you might have hit something on the head, the nail on the head there when you said that we all have a certain degree of it. I think.
Well, I think we know Bimbo has a little bit of mental illness going on.
Oh, leave her be.
Oh, like super crazy a lot.
I like her. She's got a lot of issues, though. A lot of personal issues she's dealing with.
What are the personal issues?
Well, her life has got to be awfully complicated.
Who?
Bimbo.
She choose that life. So.
She's got cancer. She's a cancer survivor of several cancers.
Okay.
She's got cancer now.
She's
going through a lot of things.
And she's taking care of this guy who's been living with her for years and years. That's a 24-hour job.
She's not a bad person. Seriously, I kind of like Bimbo for the way she is because she is outspoken. Sometimes.
Yeah, but how do you pigeonhole that in your Catholicism?
I take some different things. I believe that every person's got a right to live life the way that they want to. God gave us all free will for that reason. Same as for abortion, we have free will. Same as for shooting someone on the street, we have free will. If you can abort your baby, that's your free will. You can go shoot that guy across the street for no reason because you got your own free will. Or you can live the way God wanted you to. So I don't care. It's not my choice what other people do. That's each person's gotten their own.
No, but you guys don't like the fake violinist.
The who?
The street entertainers.
Yeah.
I don't like people taking advantage of people. That I don't.
Well, that happens every day, all the time. I mean,
Yeah, but
That I don't like about it.
Exactly.
If they were real entertainers, we had a guy playing guitar who used to sing. He was awesome. I used to applaud him all the time.
so you guys aren't big fans of Milli Vanilli,
Oh yeah, I love them.
me too.
even though they lip synced.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I could care less if they did or not.
But
There
yet
was
you don't-
Tom. There was a good documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
You should watch it.
It was on. It was on Apple. It was on Amazon. Paramount Plus. It was on.
Oh, Paramount. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I watched it. It was very good.
Yeah.
You know,
MTV had that.
the
MTV
production
had that.
companies, they really use those guys.
And you don't want to know something? And in all fairness and honesty, I don't blame them for doing it because you know what? If someone would have offered me the kind of money they were offered, who wouldn't have done it? Yeah, right, I would have done it. If you would offer me the kind of money that these guys were offered, who would not? They're great.
You'd done it way. No, you'd have done it way less than that.
No, I would have done it. And I don't blame
Well,
them for not doing it.
Hey, would you play a fake electric violin for money?
No.
yes.
Yeah, today.
I think so.
Chris, would you or not?
Probably.
Oh, you
See,
wouldn't
so-
let me out there
I-
yelling at you can't do that.
You know, I don't blame those guys. I mean, I would have done it. If they, you know, I really don't.
I have
Well,
people with signs that go out panhandling, throw their signs away because I get so pissed off. It's like there's things you can do. You don't have to go out there with a sign. When you're in your 30s and you're able to walk and run and go all over the place, get a freaking job. Don't be asking people who are working for their money. That bothers me.
And one of the guys from Milli Vanilli committed suicide because
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's too bad.
he couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
well, I just look at it, you know, if it feels good for me to give somebody $5, if that makes me feel good and I want to do it, what's wrong with that? You know,
That shouldn't
it's
be
like,
anybody else's business too.
Not at all.
no.
We know that way too, but we have a group here called Elevate Brands, and he deals with all the drugs and shit in here in these places like this and the homeless. And he says, you know, if you give one of those people $5, what if they use it for meth? What if they're gone tomorrow and dead because of your $5?
Well, you know what? If they're going to do that, let them do that. I mean, if it makes me feel good, I do it, you know.
Yes,
Uh,
that's free will
yeah, I
thing. That's
understand.
their choice, what they use that money on.
Well, exactly.
You know.
Yeah,
and-
it's everybody's choice. I mean, if my sister found out that I did that shit, she would be so angry. She's always yelling too. They should get a job. They should do this. They should do that. Well, you know what? If somebody asks me and I feel like it, I give them $1. You know, so what?
Mhm.
You know what?
What if I knew their circumstances and didn't think they were just going out there? Like this guy that was our neighbor, this one guy was using meth. He would go out there with a sign, make like $80 to $100 every day. He'd buy meth, he'd go out into the woods, and he'd use it. And he did that every day with that money.
Well,
So what?
you can't control what people do. No one tells me how to spend my money. If I want to go buy meth, I'm going to go buy it. I mean, you know.
We're going to buy it together when you come here.
Grant suspected our mayor says he wants to go out on a sign saying, don't give them money and stand right next to them. That's the way our mayor feels, because we're all about tourists. And that could be an offensive thing to tourists. So that's all they're about. They don't care about us. They care about the tourists.
Well, there you go. You don't have to. You don't want to. You don't have to do it.
9 million tourists.
I mean, you know, you got to care for yourself. Watch out for yourself. Don't be worried about what other freaking people are doing. You know,
Yeah.
who cares?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we very much have to do.
First.
Live and let live.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't give a fuck, do you, Mark?
About somebody playing violin and not being talented enough.
Right.
We're not really playing it.
No,
We're asking for money.
I think if he or she's putting on some sort of show,
Mhm.
miming it, mimicking it.
They may be just giving a perfect example on how to get fucked.
Yeah,
You can speak English.
And that's viable and that's valuable. I mean, the next time when somebody's really playing it, you'll have a better, bigger appreciation for it.
Right. I mean,
And those who live
I
about
played the
you.
violin for years. I should get a cup and go on the corner and play the freaking violin. Maybe I'd make some money.
Well,
Yeah, but
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But you wouldn't want your family members seeing you that. Then you would feel pretty embarrassed.
Chris, Stephanie can play a violin and it doesn't bother her. So it shouldn't bother you.
Yeah, it don't bother me.
yeah, but she can really play it.
It just bothers me that people.
We have Choji Tabuchi here. He just passed away. You know, he was one of the best violinists.
I don't care if someone plays the violin. It's just that if
Charlie
you're
Daniels
really
always
not
here.
playing it, that's just you're scamming people for money. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know, Chris, maybe the guy really thinks he can play, you know?
Well, maybe.
No, he knows he doesn't. That's what he was
Yeah, I mean, you know, so what? Just walk on
Hey,
by.
what do you guys
You
want to
know?
send magicians to prison for making rabbits disappear?
They attack people who say anything to them. If you say
Yes.
you don't really play that violin, they will attack you physically.
How about this? Just walk on by.
There you go.
let it happen.
Yeah.
How's your
That's
weather
a-
today, Mark? Was it nice there today, Mark? The weather?
My weather was good today. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
we had
warm
a
and
great day down here.
Warm
and sunny. It's a beautiful
warm
day
there
to be
today,
alive.
Stephanie?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, here Mike brings up a good point. Would you rather have them break into your house and steal your money or beg for $1 on the street? It's a good point.
Yeah.
Crunch that,
Definitely.
Chris.
They don't ask for a
All
dollar.
the people you interviewed, did any of them ever ask you for money?
Fuck yeah. They
Oh,
still
they did?
do.
Oh, okay.
They still call them, ask them for money.
No, when you did the interview, did you offer them money or did
Yeah, I always paid them. Yep.
you? Okay. But they
$10.
Right.
asked you though. They asked you though, right?
Like during what part of it? At the beginning, the end, when?
At the end or in the beginning when you first started
Well,
talking?
they knew I was giving them money, and sometimes I gave them more, depending on the circumstance.
Yeah.
It depends on how you felt. And they probably went and bought drugs. I mean, so what? You can't control what people do.
Well,
Right.
You're right. 100% right.
Yeah, I don't give money with strings attached.
Right.
You can't do that.
No. And like I was telling Stephanie the other day, people always, if you look back at some of the old things, like where people interviewed me or some shit like that, and they always, or I'm interviewing someone and I said, well, you got any questions for me? And then, yeah, and it turns into that. They'll say, how would I feel if the $10 I gave them ended in them overdosing?
Right. Yeah.
I tell them I'd sleep like a fucking baby because I didn't give them the $10 to overdose.
Right.
Well, no.
Right.
Not your fault.
Not your fault, no. But
No, but your train of logic, Chris, would seem to kind of favor that.
no, the owner that owns Elevate Branson is the one that feels that way. That's how he feels. He feels that by people doing that, you're not helping these people by giving
We
them
got
money.
signs
an
all
opinion.
over not to get to
You're
the
probably
point.
not. You're probably not, but
Right.
We have signs all over now not to post to panhandle. So
Yeah.
they know the police will stop them.
well, you know what's surprising to me? They've had a hell of a problem with this in Augusta. I never thought of it this way, but as it turns out, at least in Augusta, which is a pretty good sized town,
Right.
people are fearful of panhandlers. That families are reluctant to go into places to eat dinners and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's people panhandling. They're scared of them, which,
Right.
and because of that, it gets back to the owners, and the owners get a hold of the politicians, and they talk to the cops and
Right.
trespass them to keep money. And when it starts affecting your business, after all, it's private property.
Right.
But it's the same thing with it gets dicey sometimes on people that picket.
Well, look at all the businesses in California that are affected by the homeless crisis. They're sleeping outside their restaurants and in front of their businesses with tents and everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Can you imagine that?
But I mean, all these things have been trending this way for a long time.
Yeah.
Right.
And you take drug addiction as an example. I think that, you're going to end up paying for this one way or the other. And if you look at these drug addicts and what they cost, like Medicaid, I mean, they basically got the best insurance coverage there is out there at your expense.
Yeah. They don't
When
pay
it
for
comes to
Medicaid.
funding- yeah, when it comes to funding, something to try and on the preventative scale, or even pay them a salary till they learn a skill or what the fuck ever, in the long run, it's going to be cheaper. But you cannot get that through people's head. You're not getting away from paying for this. Their addiction, whether it's through them stealing, taking up time in the criminal justice system, showing up at the emergency as their primary care physician. You don't escape the burden they have financially. So you might as well understand it, crunch the numbers, and act accordingly. I don't see
Oh, yeah. And the whole thing is anybody can become homeless. If my checks stopped coming in, I wouldn't have any money. What would I do? The rent increases in Seattle, We have a lot of senior citizens that are homeless now because I had a rent increase of $400. I was lucky I could pay it. My poor neighbor, he only got $800 a month and the rent went up to $1,200. He had to move. He had to go to his sister's in his truck because he couldn't afford. I mean, so, that's why everybody, they can be homeless. It's the old people I feel sorry for on the street. We worked our whole life and the rent increase. Now I'm on the street because I can't afford to pay my rent and I'm 65 years old.
That'd be
I
like
mean,
if I lost my disability right now, I would be literally homeless right now.
exactly, Chris.
If I lost my money right now.
Yeah, everyone is a paycheck away from being homeless. So, the old people on the street, yes. If I see a homeless old lady or old man, sure, I'll give them a couple dollars. So I feel bad for them. It could be me.
Right. Well, yeah, any one of us. Right. I agree.
Right.
And they're being in Seattle, the old people are being robbed by these young people on the streets. They're being beaten up. I mean, it's terrible. It's horrible.
I'm gonna eat real quick. I'll be come back on a little bit. Right.
Hey,
All right.
I wish Lucid would come up. She's talking about something that happened. What was she saying about that? She lives in Colorado. What happened to Lucid? Alcohol is the oldest drug. That's true. Lucid, come up. Can you come up? You don't have to show your face.
Why? What did she say, Tom?
She says something about like cameras, and they lost their health club privileges. Some shit. I didn't catch it all, and I know it'll take forever to scroll back to see what she's talking about.
Right.
I'm looking, Tom.
Okay.
I can see the chat, but I can't type in the chat.
Oh, you can't?
No, my phone won't let me type in the chat. So hi, everybody. No.
Her daughter snuck into the complex gym. Whose daughter?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Stephanie. I can't type in the chat either.
Yeah, but you don't need to when you're on the chat.
No.
What the fuck would you be typing? See me?
Yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah, it's better to talk. I mean, you get so much more like, that's why I was asking her if she could come up, because she could like tell us what happened. But like if I go back there, it's rude for me to read 5 minutes to see what she's talking about.
Come on up, Lucid. It's easy. You just push the link.
She said, I'll come up, no video. I'm sick. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
Click
you don't
on
have
that
to
link.
show yourself.
What's that?
I never show my old face, honey.
Yeah. Stephanie, who knows what she could be totally nude talking. Who cares?
She probably is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The picture of me right there. Let's see, how old am I now? 66.
Yeah.
I think I was 60 in that picture. So I've changed quite a bit.
66, that'll do it.
Oh, I'm telling you, Tom. Yeah.
But it happens to everyone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't care anymore. It's a good feeling.
What do you got, Kathy chained downstairs, Mark?
She's in bed.
That early?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's a busy body. She's gets up early in the morning and go all day long. She goes for like a 5-kilometer walk every day and tuckers herself out. So by the time the sun goes down, she's wiped out.
Oh, okay. Here's Lucid.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Yep. How you doing?
Hey, listen.
Oh, I've had a cold this past week. What I was saying though is, these homeless people are so selfish. I have an addict daughter. She probably comes over every 3 months or so, just randomly, typically because she needs to wash her laundry or take a shower. So, she was over here and I have the code of the gym. We live in a complex, so we had the code of the gym on the fridge and I didn't think twice about it. So she leaves and I'm thinking they left.
Yeah.
At 3 a.m, she's calling me saying the cops stopped them in their van, but they're not getting in trouble. They just need to come up because they can't drive off in the van. I let them in, and I was just like not in the mood. I was sick. I had a fever.
Yeah.
And then the next morning, we're getting videos from the office saying, oh, they were in the, pictures of them. They were smoking in the gym. They were trying to cover the windows. They're trying to cover the cameras. So, I mean, it's just the things that they do.
Yeah.
They don't care who they get in trouble, who they take down with them.
Yeah.
You know,
so how did the complex break it to you?
They just said that we need to be responsible for our guests, and if we know those people, and my husband was like, no, we don't know them. I mean, what do you say,
Yeah.
But I was like, they're not stupid. They have like a keypad, and I think they could see like fake enters or somebody trying to enter wrong numbers. So it wasn't random. Somebody entered the code,
Yeah. But your code's the same code for everybody else, isn't it?
No, it's so we have one for the mailroom and for the pool and then for the gym. So I think it's unique to every apartment, so they could see exactly who was the last people. If something happens in a room, they can see who was in there last.
Why do you think they were in there trying to cover the cameras?
Honestly, I think that their van got towed or something happened to their van. They're over there driving around, probably in a dirty car with no plates, or no insurance.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me, but I was half asleep. It was like 3 a.m, and I was like, "Where are you at?" I'm downstairs. Okay, like that's not really giving me an option to say no.
Yeah.
So, and then it just didn't sound right. And the next day, my husband's like, they're in the gym. And I was like, what? So I think it took him a while to figure out what happened, because it was like midday by the time they sent that. And I think they sent that video was taken at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's just, I have her son, it's just, you're going to ruin our housing because you want to be selfish.
Yeah.
Just addicts are so hard to deal with, hard to deal with.
But, I mean, and I'm not defending her, but, and I'm not in your shoes, which of course is totally different. But if you subscribe to addiction is a disease of the brain and the drug use is a manifestation of that, then it should be on the level of other diseases, and it's not. I mean, I've thought about this a lot and experienced. You saw the videos that I interviewed people and stuff like that. And drug addicts need drugs. And I don't know if it can be considered, at least in my opinion, along the same vein as being selfish. That's drugs talking. Was she like that as a young kid?
She was always a handful. When she was like in her early teens, she started drinking a lot, and that became a problem.
Yeah.
And then, when the fentanyl came out, she told me that she was getting 25 cents a pill, and that's how she got hooked, because they were so cheap.
Probably true, yeah.
And that was, she's 27.
Okay, and this guy that was with her, who is he?
Oh, it's a long story. She's been with him for a couple of years. They actually had a baby and lost the baby. Well, the baby got adopted out to a family friend, but that's the extent it's taken her to be pregnant, to have a baby, to go through all that and still not care to change, Yeah. And there's, to me, I get addiction. I have addiction issues. I fought a long time. I've been sober a year. And thank you. And I know you still know right from wrong. You still have that. You should have that conscience speaking for you, or some type of guilt. And with some of them, there's like none of that. They tell you what you want to hear, and they get what they want, and they don't. Like, I've had to clean up her messes so many times,
Yeah.
it's sad to see because there's so many of them out there, there's so many of them out there. And
I feel hopeless.
it's like, okay, I get being homeless in a situation, but years of it, that's a choice,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming of this next generation.
So,
I just,
so this, is she a high school graduate?
no.
So is this daughter from the guy you're married to now?
No.
So is he cool with this and like supportive, or it's just like a problem?
He has a son that's the same way. So, I got with my husband when my daughter was about 2, or maybe 3, and he pretty much raised her. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we try to support her, but at what point do you say enough's enough? You're killing.
Exactly.
You're taking advantage. You come
Yeah.
over here, I was like, at this point, I'm in the wrong because I'm allowing you to be intoxicated in front of your son, and that's not fair. That to me is now my problem. So
Now-
if you can't clean yourself up, then I got to protect him and keep you away from him because you're doing nothing but hurting us.
No.
Yeah. So like, you said you've been sober for a year.
Oh, it took a lot. It
So-
took a lot. Yeah.
Prior to that year,
Mm-hmm.
would you have expected people to look at you any differently than you
No.
look at your daughter now?
No, I was disgusted with myself for years. I'm not trying to say I'm any better than any addict, but I was a binge drinker. Like I would drink and typically mess up my job or whatever I had going on and come to my senses and then stop. So it was like an off and on thing. I never continued, I was never an everyday drinker. But it took me, when she got pregnant with her last son, social services stepped in and we already had her other son. So I already knew I had a problem.
Oh, gotcha. And how is he doing now?
Well, there's so many grandparents raising grandchildren now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's an epidemic. Grandparents are having to raise their grandkids.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God my family, it hasn't come to that. Jeez.
Yeah. Mark and I don't need to worry about that, do we, Mark?
No. That's,
Wonder what happened to her audio.
Did it go out?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I was covering something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, when they talk about family curses, I think, it's not a curse per se, but it's just learned things that pass on from generation
That's
to
in the Bible,
generation.
They reference that in the Bible.
Oh, believe me, they're real. I come from a long line of alcoholics.
Yeah, that's referenced in the Bible, like generations and generations ago, of families that did bad things continues to haunt families 2,000 years later.
Yeah,
So did you do that on your own?
I did. Well, I did. I mean, I went to rehab, and this is I had Medicaid at the time, and this is when Medicaid first started taking 30-day patients, and I got lucky, got in. I thought I was there for a few weeks, and then, oh, your Medicaid didn't approve. So I was like, what? Why did you why even start that? So I mean, I've already kind of went through it, and then I got through in another place, the best place in Denver. I luckily knew some girl that was in there already, and she got me in with the owner, and I got in there. But it was social services was already involved. There was no incidents for them to know. I openly told them that this is what's going on with me. So we've had an open case. The adoption's almost final, but this case, they were on my butt. It was they're waiting for me to fail.
Did you regret being that honest?
Absolutely. Because they make you feel like being open with them. Oh, just tell us so we can help you. And it's like, no, they make it harder on you. They really do. And, I'm all for social services, but if there's any way for you to keep them out of your life, keep them out because they will turn your world upside down.
Well, I know they got sued quite a bit in Michigan because you could come from the craziest family in the world, and their philosophy that even though the parents hated the kids and the kids hated the parents, their goal was to make the family whole.
No.
Really, it was chaos constantly.
It's like they do everything to keep the families apart. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, it's like they watch fucking Ozzie and Harriet and expect that as the end goal.
And you know what's sad is they take these kids to other rooms and they interrogate the crap out of them. It's like intimidation.
Yeah.
They would intimidate him. Did you see your mom? We heard you seen your mom. Oh, your grandpa said that you seen your mom. Just like manipulation tactics and he was like, what? I never told them that. And it was just like they said whatever they could say to see if he would admit stuff.
Cops do. It's been upheld all the way to the Supreme Court. It's legal for police to lie.
Yeah, these kids are already going through enough, and you're going to torment them about talking to their parents or seeing their parent. But thankfully, it's almost over.
So how has this year of sobriety been for you?
I haven't worked. My last relapse was bad. I got my car towed. I got my wallet stolen. They drained my bank account. I sat for like half a year trying to fight for my money back. So I don't know if they didn't have my physical card, but they had like my account number, routing number in like a pocket of my wallet. Wow. So, and I sat there for 6 months trying to fight for it. I only got half back. At that point, I was just so frustrated.
Now back in the day, like you say binge drinking, like how would an occurrence usually unfold?
Just pretty much being emotionally immature, I could say, because if I got mad or me and my husband got in a fight, I would do things out of spite or, I don't know if anybody understands it, but it's like cruise control. You know the outcome of what it's going to do, but next thing you know, you're at the liquor store and already have a bottle in your hand and, it's already done happened. Like I didn't have anything to stop me mentally. I was not strong enough mentally to stop myself.
Yeah. Would you get like totally blitzed?
Absolutely.
Like pass out drunk?
Yeah.
Blackout.
Waking up on the front porch, waking up in detox, waking up in the hospital, not knowing how I got there. And it just progressively gets worse. It wasn't like that to begin with, but like the last couple of years I was drinking, every time I drank, I was either in detox or the hospital. And I don't even know how I got there.
Wow.
It was ugly.
How much were you drinking?
As much as I could, pretty much.
Like what would be like a crazy amount of alcohol on one of the worst binges, would you say?
Oh man, after one of my binges, I would sleep in my grandson's room and, my husband would just like leave me in there. And once I came to my senses and like started cleaning up, I would find bottles everywhere, like shooters from a pint to half pints, whatever money I had on me, I would have like a trash bag full of different bottles.
Wow.
And it was vodka. It was like the grossest thing you could drink, It was the quickest thing that's going to get you messed up. And I put myself in some crazy situations. I was even on the news one year because I was at a swimming pool with my friend and I was drinking and I was smoking cigarettes, so I was like outside the pool. I got drunk and asked the ice cream man for the ride home, but I didn't know where to. I couldn't figure out where my house was because I was never went to that pool. So I ended up sleeping at his house, and my friend thought I got abducted. So they put me on as a missing person
Oh wow.
on the news. Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yes. I came to, she found out, like, I think I called her and she tracked the number down and traced it and found out, called that guy's, found the girl's name, the phone number was under, called the girl and like threatened her. The girl told her where the guy lived. She went over there and picked me up. And I was like clueless on how she found out where I was.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
did you have a booze of choice?
Vodka.
Vodka.
Could you take out a whole fifth?
Probably in a couple days. Not, I wasn't, what is not a fifth. How big's a fifth? Like
Yeah,
a liter?
Yep. Yeah.
I'd probably drink that in a couple days.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't like pounding it down, but enough to where it kept me stupefied.
Yeah. Could you would it be connected to like all emotions? Like you would do it to be happy and you would do it to get sad?
I would do it. Yeah. And that's what I was taught. My dad was a functional alcoholic in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then we drank for parties. We drank for good times. He drank because he was mad. It was, my dad had PTSD. He was in Vietnam. And I was raised just by my dad. So my mom passed away when I was 6. So like, that's kind of what I seen. I was raised by this masculine energy that already had some issues. So just watching him drink, that's me and my sister talk about it too, because she had alcohol issues, and that's just what we knew how to do.
Right.
It was, when I started drinking and my husband would get mad, my dad would be like, just leave her alone, she's fine, instead of telling me, stop, you need to slow down. It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
And did your employment problems come from just not showing up?
Oh yeah. I mean, once I started drinking, I'd be like, oh, it's okay. Because when I'm not drinking, I'm consistent. I am consistent. But, once I started drinking, forget it. I'd be like, okay, I'm just going to drink tonight and I'm going to sleep it off. And then all of a sudden the next day, I'm just one more day, and it just kept going and going. I really messed up some really good jobs from it.
Really?
Yeah. This last one, it was a really great job. And, I lost my car and I couldn't even get my car out of the pound. By the time they found out, dummy here, I've already had a DUI, but I woke up in the hospital and I didn't know where my car was. Me and my husband went looking all over for it, and I could not for the life of me remember what happened. I even called the ambulance to ask where they picked me up from, and they didn't have it on record for some reason. But, I was trying to track it down. By the time we got paperwork in the mail saying my car had been towed, it was like, that car is probably worth a couple thousand, but it was too late. And I was just like, I didn't have my ID. I didn't have nothing to prove that I had that car. So I was just like, you know what? Just forget it.
Yes.
So, I mean, I lost a lot this last relapse, and I think that woke me up. That relapse wasn't meant to happen, but it just happened, and that's what happens every time.
Now, I would ask you this anyway, but Mary made a comment, not that it matters, but she wanted to know if you were Native, and we've talked before, and you talked about you're Hispanic.
I'm Spanish, Native American, and I think Polish.
Oh, so it was Native American unrelated to being Mexican or Spanish.
We're not Mexican. Yeah, we're not Mexican. So it's
Gotcha.
Native American and Spaniard.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Because I know the Mexicans considered, descendants from the Incas, and later generations considered them native. And I looked it up, and that's true, but I hadn't heard it in that context before. and I didn't really realize that there was a connection between like Native Americans and Mexicans, but there is.
The native, yeah, the
Yeah,
the native
you do
indigenous
kind
part.
of sound Native. Do you know that?
Uh, some people say sound Canadian. I don't even know what Canadian sounds like.
Yeah,
um,
I could say that too. Mark, she could pass for a Canadian, couldn't she?
Um, Hold on, I gotta ask you 10 questions first.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah. No, but her voice sounds. It could
Yeah,
be
yeah,
like
it does
like
sound a little
Kathy.
bit. Yeah, for sure.
Kathy's from Guyana, and she said herself they think she's from Canada.
Yeah, French
oh
Canadian.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, French Canadian. That's right. Well, I'm glad you get on the right track. Now, Lucy, this comes up sometimes in post-addiction stories, and that is that at least a lot of it did when I talked to prostitutes, and there were a fair number of them that just felt that they were never going to hit that great feeling again doing anything else in life, which kept drawing them into relapse and keeping them on the streets. Now
Hmm.
that you've been off it a year, is that in the back of your mind? You truly don't miss it.
I definitely have thoughts. I even still have dreams that I was drinking, and
Yeah,
honestly, I don't know what like shook me out of it. I know I've had so many traumatic things happen to me before, like
yeah,
freaking smacking my head and big old scrapes up my face, and not
yeah,
knowing how I got somewhere. I
yeah,
don't know what like finally kicked in. It's like when people say it's you that has to be ready. There's nothing, there's no amount of money in the world, there's no amount of rehabs, there's no family, there's nothing that's going to make you do it except you when you're ready. And I don't know what it takes for that to kick in, but I mean, yeah, the biggest part of being sober is boredom. When I was in treatment, they're like, you need to find a hobby, and I was like, hobby? My hobby was drinking.
yeah.
I had no idea what I even like to do. It's just finding something to do because, idle hands, they
Yeah,
say,
yeah. Devil's Playground.
yeah, you'll start fixating on things.
Yeah,
But I try not to like get all stressed out. I think a lot of it was anxiety and I didn't know how to deal with it.
yeah,
Um, I know a big factor too is like, my mom died when I was 6, and my husband has older kids, and we had both of his kids from one mom and then another one. So we had three three of his kids and one of ours and then one of mine. So we had 5 kids in the house. But the older kids, their mom passed away. And when that happened, I think like I was 6 years old. I didn't deal with my mom's trauma properly. So when
uh-huh.
that happened and they lived in the house and I had to like grieve all over again the death of their mother, just watch them.
Yeah.
I think that like triggered something.
Oh, now, Mary asked, do you know what tribe you descended from the Native American angle? Do you know that, Lucid?
It's Apache.
Oh,
I don't
Apache.
know exactly like I don't know too much. Like you said yesterday, you don't know much about your great grandparents. I
Yeah.
don't. I mean, I'm sure I can get the information, but I don't know if it's like a particular tribe or I don't know.
Yeah, and how did hubby put up with this?
I'm surprised we're still married, honestly. Um, he's older than me. He's 9 years older than me, and I used to get so mad because he used to treat me like one of the kids, and I was like, well, maybe if I quit acting like a kid, he would
Yeah,
treat me different.
yeah.
I don't know how he did it. I honestly don't. He just had a great love for us and our family that he
There's
just put up
wild.
with my crap.
And so if he put up with that, this must seem like a great time for him.
Absolutely, I mean, he doesn't even care if I'm not working. He's just happy that I'm sober and I'm home,
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm getting to spend time with my grandson that I didn't get to have with my other kids because I was working or busy drinking. And
Yeah.
You know, I feel a lot of guilt with my daughter. You know, I think
Yeah.
some of what has happened with her is because of me.
Yeah, you'll never know.
But all I can do is try to show her the example of it can be done. You can change.
Yeah.
And I could just only lead by example. I can't dwell on what I didn't do, you know?
No, you can't because, you raise your kids the best you can, but when they get older, they have their own minds. And, sometimes we try to blame how the kids are on ourselves, but I don't do it anymore. No.
They try to make
Yeah.
you guilted into,
Yes.
and I'm
Yeah.
like,
And don't let it. No, don't let it.
But
Mm-mm.
I think Lucid felt guilty because of the type parent she was when the kid was young.
well, just like my dad's made it seem okay to drink and
Yeah.
do all that, and it was fun. I think I did the same thing.
Whatever happened to him?
To who?
Your dad.
He passed away.
Okay.
It's been 10 years, no, 11 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he was so hard to deal with. You know, he had his PTSD just like really came out. He was hard to deal with.
Yeah.
It was almost torturous to be around him because he just was so moody.
Right.
You know, and I don't want to be like that. You know, I know he loved us. And after my mom passed away, he got his stuff together and raised me and my sister. And, but he had a lot of issues too.
And how's
But
Sis doing now?
she's doing amazing. You know, she's older than me. She's 5 years older, but she was single for years. She finally got married a year ago.
Wow.
She's doing good.
So how'd she meet this guy?
Through Facebook.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh God.
I
Yeah.
know.
I know about that Facebook. Yeah.
Sure does.
I
Oh
told her,
man.
she's like, "Do you want to go with me to Texas to pick him up?" And I was like,
Oh God.
"Are you crazy? You're gonna go
Yeah.
pick up some guy you met on like what?" And then she
I
just did it
know.
behind my back.
Yep.
Wow.
I know about that stupid. Oh my God. These girls, I know they're just not afraid to just meet all these strange guys off the internet. It's crazy.
Yeah. Just come on down, ladies.
Tom, look in the back chat.
Oh yeah. What's that? Oh, okay.
Oh, Michelle.
Yeah.
I never see that fucking thing either. Okay.
But Lucid, no. I mean, your grandson's lucky to have you.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
there's so many
Oh, okay, that's good.
grandparents.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
There's so many grandparents raising their grandkids now.
Yeah.
Because the young people, they're just, I mean, they're not like we were.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get
I
it.
know.
I don't understand how you can just leave your child
I know.
like that and
I know.
not try. It's like not even try. It's
I
weird
know.
to me.
Yeah. I
Hey,
know it.
Hey, when I was fucking around these goddamn buttons earlier, trying to put where you could put that pin link, the fucking screen changed, and it's like I see everybody, hear everybody. I don't know how many people are on. A couple other fucking. I don't know how many people are on. It's like
I
a
can't
totally
see
different
it.
screen. But I
It
didn't want
is.
to fuck with this goddamn button because I had that happen. All of a sudden, X is fucking out. Everybody wonders what happened, so I just left it. And then I just happened to see Stephanie sent me a thing in the back. But Michelle, I wasn't trying to not let you on. I only saw 4 squares of people. I didn't see one in the back room like you normally do because this screen's fucked up.
They are weird.
Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Hey, but I got a couple more questions.
Hi,
on this.
Michelle.
Hi.
So how'd Sis get out of her alcohol nosedive?
I think religion.
Oh, okay. Are you
Her
religious?
end.
Now?
We were long story, but I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. So till I was 14, it was just church 3 times a week, or was it 3? Yeah, it was 3.
No wonder you drank.
And but it was just like really structured. And when I got, I was raised by my dad, so my sister was older. When she moved out on her own, I kind of moved with her, and then
You know,
just
I have a
went
question.
amok.
I have a
Uh-huh.
question for you. Do you think that being raised so strict that it either made you want to do things that you weren't supposed to do, or that you just weren't taught how to handle things outside of like Jehovah's Witness and
I
when you
knew
were
right from wrong, and I think that's why I kept like my conscience, because I was taught so. These certain things aren't the way to be, and I think I just didn't have the guidance. I didn't have a mother figure. My
hmm
sister was still young, so like she couldn't really teach me any better. She was going through the same crap.
right.
Unfortunately, we both ended up teen moms. She got pregnant at 15. I was 16.
Oh, I
So
was
I
too.
mean,
I was a teen mom too, so I know how it is.
Wow.
yeah, like if I had a female figure in my life, I think it would have been totally different.
Interesting. You've definitely bounced back considering everything you've told us.
Phew. It's
Unbelievable.
I can't believe I wasted so much time with my head, and like they
Yeah,
say,
but a lot of
alcohol.
people go to their grave never getting anything resolved.
And I never want to say, oh, I'm recovered, because I'm never gonna be. I
Yeah,
seen that. I was in sober living, and this girl's like, oh, I'm never gonna go back. And what the first person that goes and relapses is that person. I was like, that's what you get for being cocky. I never want to be like that with my sobriety, because I never know.
yeah.
You can
So,
go years
but
without
you
using,
know,
and
for
then, uh-huh.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you could go years without using it, and then all of a sudden you get a wild hair up your butt and end up right back to where you were 5 years before, but worse. They say
Yeah.
every relapse is worse, and I believe it.
Wow. What were you gonna say, Michelle?
I just wanted to say, so like, yourself, right?
Yeah,
And that even that you just can't have one drink, right? You
right.
just can't. That's just, well, that's good to know, so that way not to do it.
And I try. And this therapist said one time, he compared it to a bear. Like he was like, oh, at first the cute baby bear is soft and fuzzy and cuddly. And then all of a sudden it grows into this grizzly. You can never get that back down to that cute little fuzzy thing anymore. And that's what he kind of compared, alcoholism. It's cute and fuzzy and at first, but then it turns into this grizzly, which is never going to go back down.
Yeah.
So I can't unfortunately touch it. Like I even like kombucha. Kombucha has alcohol in it. I was like, I can't have anything like that, because if I feel that little tinkle of a buzz,
Yeah.
and I never thought kombucha had. I was in sober living and I took a sip. I was like, does this have alcohol? She's all
Ha-
blowing the breathalyzer, and I did, and it pulled up. I was like, whoa. So I was
Now,
like, I can't even have that.
have you found, since you're not drinking anymore, have you found that more people are in your life and like just like supportive and like there for you and
You
more
know
like
what?
loving? Like, do you see that now that you're not, because I'm sure you were turning to alcohol for some kind of void or love that you weren't
hmm
feeling outside of that. Like, do you see
You know
more
what?
people?
Honestly, like I'm so introverted. Like, I think I lost a lot of relationships because a lot of my relationships were linked to
Oh, okay.
using.
Yeah.
Um, but I know me and my sister's relationship really grew. I never like really talked to her. We were kind of on different pages. She was living a whole nother life than I was, and I just stressed her out. So I know me and her have gotten closer, and I just need to work on that, because I know I need to be more social.
Well, it sounds, I'm glad that it worked out for, it's working out for you and everything.
Yeah, I mean AA and all that's great, but it's just not for everybody, you know.
Was
It's good for a
was that a
while.
12-step program?
I went through a couple different ones. I never did the steps. I just probably went for like a little over a year to
Yeah,
meetings, and it's like you could only get so much from it.
yeah,
Um, but I think it's just all about lifestyle changes, you know.
yeah.
And more than anything, it's mental. Not feeding that demon. Once I think about it, I don't even give myself the chance to dwell on it. 'Cause, I mean, I'm a block away from a liquor store, you know.
What do
My
you think of that?
husband,
What do you think of this? There's a crazy poet. He's dead now. Charles Bukowski.
I've
Do
been
you,
reading him because of you.
Charles, I apologize. Charles Bukowski said, if it wouldn't have been for alcohol, he'd have killed himself 35 years ago before he died. Is there any element of truth to that, to anybody on here? I mean, is it always bad?
Just one day out of random, you told me, "Hey, you should look up Charles
Yeah.
Bukowski," and I didn't know anything about him. And I looked up his books, and I'm actually reading Ham on Rye. It's great. He's a little dark. Like I
Yeah.
mean, he tells a lot of truths, and they're not all nice.
Right.
But just I seen one of his interviews. He went on and he drank like 3 bottles of wine when they were doing the interview. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. No, he was always looking from the outside in though, like a fringe poet. I mean, he's a perfect example. You couldn't give his stuff away till he died. After he died, and a researcher noticed it in some files and just ran with it. And he married a prostitute.
Oh, he did. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
His stuff's dark, but like
Yeah.
if you've lived that life, you can
Yeah.
understand it. There's like a poem about lonely.
Yeah.
Just some of his poems are really, if you've been in that dark place, you can relate with it.
Yeah.
The, no, the only thing that I noticed with alcohol and whatnot was like it was always this vicious cycle, right? So like
Right.
you were always kind of like you were always just thinking about when it was gonna be like your next drink, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I gotta get this done and everything else, and then I get to,
But
have
you were never an alcoholic, were you, Michelle?
no, but when I was drinking, like, because I quit it without an issue at all, but
Yeah.
when I was younger and whatnot, yeah, I mean, I got into drugs and all, like
But
marijuana. I shouldn't say drug. Well, okay, marijuana is a drug. I was into marijuana and alcohol as like a teenager, and that's all it was. It wasn't
right.
like I had feelings towards anybody. It wasn't like everything was for just so that I could not be in a clear state of mind, which I mean, at the time, like Tom was saying, maybe would I have killed myself when I was younger? Maybe if it wasn't
Yeah.
for
Yeah. I mean,
if it
you
wasn't for
gotta, I mean,
if it
Charles
wasn't
Bukowski's out there, but it couldn't help but that's got a ring of validity to it.
no, like I gotta tell you, like, 'cause I was in that dark place, like teenage years, it was really bad. And like it was like, oh, but like at the same time, I started noticing like the cycle with myself. Like it was just like just wanting to like, oh, just get this done really quick, not even caring about people or anything else, but just to get a drink or um, pot just so that I could feel that way. But then, even then, you're not in your right state of mind. I'm sure you can agree with that
Yeah, the
when you're
teenage
drinking.
years. How old are your kids, Michelle? You have more than one?
I have one child, he's 20.
Oh, okay. I
But
mean, but
my
the teenage years are so hard for anybody. And you know, it's like a roller coaster. I mean,
Ye
those are like some of the worst years of my life.
right, and I
And
just
I remember that being suicidal and, you know, looking to drugs to release it. Not definitely. either it'll take you all the way there and you'll keep going with it, or you'll get your
Yeah.
head out of your butt.
Fortunately for me, I just stopped all of it. Like I literally did and just turned my life around. And I mean, I did a lot of different things and it was a struggle and it wasn't all happy and fun times, but I did it, and it was like, I think people have this false sense of reality of how you're supposed to
Hey,
feel and how
Jumbo.
life's supposed to go because life is not meant to be sunshine and roses and
Yeah. Hey, but how
singing.
about this, Michelle?
What's that?
So if Stephanie and Mark and I were over at my house and we were all in the chat right now, we'd be drinking.
Yeah.
And we had drinks our whole life, and we will continue to drink the rest of our life. What is the difference between us and you guys? Our
So
brain disease. What else?
So the thing is if there's a couple of variables to all of this. If you're just socially, if it's just not an everyday thing, like if it's not like, if you're not,
Exactly. Once
it's
in
how
a
your
while.
brain's wired. It's how your brain's wired. There's nothing wrong with having a drink. I'm not
No, I'm just trying
downing.
to figure out why what happened to you guys happened, and we've just been social drinkers on and off with no intentions of ever quitting.
This is the difference. So this is a
I
complete
know the difference. I'm
difference.
trying to figure out how you got there.
No, it's not how you get there. This is what the difference is.
Hey, Jeannie.
When you are taking when you are drinking consistently or whatever other to change your mental state of mind on a daily basis, and then that's all you're thinking about all day long is to get to that place, you when it's that bad, like you're not thinking about responsibilities, you're not thinking about other people, you're just thinking about, I just want that feeling, right?
Yeah, I think
That's the difference.
it hits the dopamines different in other people, different
Yeah,
people.
you're right.
It's
Yeah.
like a reward system in our brain says,
Well,
"Oh, I want more of that."
the thing
You know.
is your inhibitions too. When you're drinking, you're
Hmm.
not the
You
same
brought that up.
person than when you're not drinking.
Yeah, I'm
You're
glad you brought
not.
that up because do you believe that?
I believe, like, if you've had more than a couple, like, let's say one or
Mhm.
two drinks, you are not, like, I even could tell one time when you were drinking on here, and I'm like, oh boy, he's had a couple of drinks tonight. Like, I can tell, you're not the same person.
Yeah, thank God. That's why I do it.
Well, I think from 16 till about 29, I drank, I did cocaine,
Oh, I wish I
uh,
knew you then.
I did all that stuff. On the weekends, I work, I worked during the week. On the weekends, we'd party hard all weekend. Um, and I don't know, I could just really take it or leave it, but I
Well,
love to party. I mean,
that's the thing.
that was the thing.
If you can,
Uh,
okay.
50
So
years too late, Mark.
yeah, yeah.
What were you going to
there's
say?
there's a difference between something being destructive in your life and something not being destructive in your life.
Exactly. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what
If
I
you're
mean? Like,
like,
I'm not
if
here to
you're,
say, I'm not here to say, freaking, if someone has a drink, they're a bad person. I'm not here to say if somebody like has a joint, oh geez, like, you know what I mean? I'm not that type of
I
person,
want a
but
drink.
Yeah.
Lucian, I don't mean that to make
No,
fun of you, honey.
no,
You know
no.
that
I wish I could be
because
like that.
I see, I had an alcoholic father, okay?
Me
He
too.
didn't stop drinking till he was what, 45. So I kind of had, I mean, I think my dad thought that I was an alcoholic because of him.
mm,
So he was kind of an enabler. I could call him drunk, he would come pick me up, he'd tell me it's okay.
Oh
Um
yeah,
yeah,
because
so
he
I
see,
know that. I know that all
yeah.
too well.
Yeah. So I think he thought, my mother thought I was an alcoholic and all this, and no, she's not. I never got in trouble over my. Well, I mean, I woke up in places before, not knowing how I got there
Yeah.
years ago.
Wait
Lucid,
till
I
this
did
summer.
this. Oh. Oh, I'll know where I'm at this summer.
Mark, I was 50 years too late.
Oh,
But
geez,
that's
come
all.
have this party this summer.
50
She'll
years
be
too
curled
late.
up with the
Go down there.
possums. She'll be
Yeah.
curled
Never
up
too
with the
late, Tom.
possums.
So, yeah, I mean, that's interesting you say that. Yeah. It's just, it's complicated.
Yeah, I think just some people, I think it's in their brain. They just have that addictive personality.
Well, the thing is, right, when you're drinking, and I'm sure everybody knows this if you've drank before, like you're it's stuff gets out of you know what I mean? Like stuff can really
Thank God.
ruin a person sometimes.
Yeah. You don't drink. I mean, you drink and you're attracted to each other. You fuck on Monday. You're both abstain. You don't drink at all, and you fuck on Friday. What's the difference? I mean, I just some of this bullshit. The older I get, the more I like question it. It sounded stupid like 40 years ago, but when I think about, isn't that kind of how it pans. I was thinking, this has been brought up before, like, white people that I know and their daughters get involved with black guys in college and they just try their fucking ass off acting like and they're all very worried that it's going to be some big dick mandingo fucking rapper.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But here's the deal. If
A
it was,
gangster.
they'd be, gangster. Yeah, you're giving gang signs and shit. But if it's a black neurosurgeon, it's like, oh, they just want to make sure they love each other.
Oh, God.
No, but it's interesting how this is perceived to me. This shit matters.
How what's perceived?
How, like you got the black guy, the daughter likes the thug guy, and the parents are worried about it. And you get the black guy that's the neurosurgeon, and the parents that are white
Well, top.
could care less.
What person is a thug? That's a dangerous style of living.
Yeah, but it's probably
So
like
if you have a child, you're going to be a little bit like, oh, I love you. I'm not sure if this is the route that you want to go as an adult, then go do it because you're an adult now. But, you don't want to see your kids in danger.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not what I was getting at. The difference was in what they did for a living and how much it influenced the way they told the story to people about either they were disappointed their daughter was involved with this guy or happy because they thought they were in love and were going to have a good life. It's looked at like differently. I've seen this happen with like friends of mine that aren't really racist, but they were disappointed.
It's about the image, right? The image that's portrayed.
Yeah.
My son is free to do whatever,
Yeah, bullshit. What if he falls in love with another guy?
That's just the way life's going to work for him then,
Would you be supportive of that?
I'm supportive of my son, no matter what.
I'm talking about his relationship. Like if it wouldn't matter to you, would it?
I mean, I have tolerance. So it's like, I love my son. If that's what was in the path for him to take in life, then that's that. Nothing, there's nothing with me saying, oh, I'm disappointed. It's not gonna stop him. You know what I mean? It's not gonna.
Would you be disappointed though?
No, that's what God wanted. Apparently,
No,
I
God
was
does
supposed
not
to have.
want that.
I guess I was
I don't think
supposed
God
to
wanted
have.
that.
No.
I guess I was supposed to have a
I
homosexual
think
son.
God was against that.
Or the devil then. I guess
in both
I
the
guess
New Old
the-
Testament and the New.
I guess the devil wanted me to have a homosexual child because I'm so horrible. Like, it's just in his brain. Like, I can't control it. I can't even say, if I were to say
So then why
whatever,
aren't you disappointed?
because I can't stop it. Like I can't stop what's going to be in his path in life. So being disappointed, all I'm going to do is just hurt myself.
So you just go with it. Take the
Mm,
high road.
Just go with it.
Okay.
Me and my sister had this talk the other day because, she's religious, and she's telling me she works with transsexual, but she didn't want to go out to lunch with this person because of her religious beliefs. I was like, that's what keeps me from like fully committing to religion, because why is it my place to tell somebody who to love?
Well,
I know
the thing
biblically
is,
it's not
right?
right, but
You're s-
I can't.
If you got the Christian hat on, it is.
I know, but that's
it's
always
not.
been
No, it's not.
conflicting.
It's not, right?
Yeah, it
But
is.
the thing is too, is you're supposed to have tolerance for people even when they're not doing something that
Right,
they're supposed to be doing. So, I mean,
right.
for you to be like, I can't be around my
Bullshit.
child, he's a homosexual, this and that, that's not the quote unquote Christian way either.
Yeah, well, why aren't they giving him confirmation in Catholic churches then if
He
it's no
never,
big deal?
my child was never baptized. My
No.
child never went through any of that stuff.
So how do you identify him as far as his beliefs?
I
If
believe that
someone
he's
asked you, is your son a Christian, what would you say?
my child is a son of God.
Yeah, but then he's a Christian.
He's just the son of God. He's not any I didn't go through any
If he's the
type
son
of
of God, then why,
ceremonial.
I can show you a million passages where he should have been baptized. Why wasn't
It
I
just
I
didn't
always
feel
thought
right.
you were a devout Catholic, Michelle. I always thought you were a church going girl, and I thought you would have baptized your son.
No way. No way. And I was never, so let me get something straight on what you guys think I am compared to what I really am. Let's
All
just put
right.
this out
he? Yeah, bring
there.
your medical records.
Let's
Yeah.
let's just put this out there.
This is bimbo level, guys. Get ready.
I pray. I go to church because I feel like I'm a believer. I'm a believer, just like a lot of people are who don't go to church. I believe that going to church and praying is going against your religion because
Oh,
you're
God.
technically
Well,
not
you need a
supposed to
fucking
be
good
that, you're
psychiatrist.
not supposed to be that flagrant about your religion. And that,
Yes,
like,
you are.
no, you're not.
And you're supposed to witness to people.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yes,
no.
especially the Baptists.
No. Well, good for them. But the thing is
Yeah, but you're not leading a Christian lifestyle thinking this way.
I
It's a belief and it's a way of living, and that's not living it.
I believe in God, and I believe that um
You believe Jesus is the Son of God.
I do.
Okay.
Oh, I
And you're a
do.
Christian.
Oh, I believe in Jesus. Oh, yeah, you are.
And you're a Christian.
I believe that you want to know why I believe that? Because most people on this planet would not be alive if there wasn't such a thing for Jesus saving people, would not be alive.
Oh,
Not even. So I only have one choice but to believe in Jesus Christ as your savior.
What?
you're talking like a Church of Christ now.
I'm just saying,
Wow.
I look around, I've met many people, many walks of life, and most people wouldn't have made it past like 20, okay? If it wasn't for
Oh, so you
if we
believe
were to go
Jesus
by
died?
if
So
we
you
were
believe Jesus died for our sins?
yes, if we were to believe that that didn't happen, most people would not be alive past a
How old
certain
do you
young
think the Earth
age.
is? How old do you think the Earth is?
Or- I don't know, it's probably been around for a long time
Yeah, but
now.
these crazy Christians, they think it's 7,000 years old.
Hmm. It doesn't matter. That doesn't
It does
matter.
matter.
It
It's been
doesn't.
around before that. I mean, we had dinosaurs.
Yeah, they don't believe in that either. They're hardcore
No,
Christians.
actually, they do believe in dinosaurs.
No, they don't.
It's
Yeah,
always
look
boggled
back.
my mind is why the dinosaurs were not mentioned in the Bible.
They were.
What beasts?
No, they were mentioned in the Bible.
Where?
I'll have to search that for you, but they
It's
were
like
mentioned in the Bible.
Scientology bullshit.
They were.
Spaceships and volcanoes. Why not? Cheers.
What do you believe in, Tom? Do you think we were just placed on the earth?
I believe in the Big Bang and it had nothing to do with virgin births, walking
do
on
you
water,
believe we
turning
evolved
water
from
into
apes?
wine, getting resurrected.
So you believe that we evolved from apes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're a
Okay.
branch.
That's interesting.
We're a branch. We have a branch off evolution.
We're evolution from ape. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Some more than others.
That's interesting.
Oh God, this is getting way over my head.
Yeah, make sure you know it is, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hey, Michelle, I think Tom asked this yesterday, but do you believe in heaven and hell? Like it is a literal place?
I believe that everybody goes to heaven because of Jesus Christ. So you better thank
Even
Jesus.
the sinners?
Yeah.
Even the rapists?
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, you're fucking crazy.
So there is no hell?
There's no hell.
This would be like asking Charles Manson if he believes in little Bo Peep.
Oh, God.
There's no hell.
God damn, man. Shit.
See, like you saying that right now, goddamn, that's a bad thing.
No,
to
I
say.
don't.
That's
But
blasphemy.
no, but
that
I
means
don't
you
say.
could go to hell. That's a more.
No,
You're
but
not going to get forgiven for
But
that.
it isn't literal, and I'm not.
It is. You just it came out of your mouth.
Yeah, but I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in it. I think it's just a.
So
it's
then,
like saying motherfucker. Or
so
something.
then you think that you're going to go to hell?
I think I'm going to go to the same place you're going to go on the fucking ground, either as dust or a big $25,000 waste of money.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I told the kids, don't spend thousands. Just cremate get the ashes.
Yeah, Stephanie and I happen to be very lucky because we don't give a fuck about our carbon footprint.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We hope we can take our carbon footprint and blow it right into the fucking ceiling of the living room.
But you do care, Tom. You do. See, this is the funny thing is what you say and what you do in
fucking
life
blow it down
are
your
two
goddamn
different
chimney
things.
if I get a chance.
He says one thing and does another.
We
So
get a
I
fucking
mean,
raid on next week.
oh,
Were you raised religious, Tom?
Not really. Yeah, I
No?
went to these Catholic horse shit till about 8. Yeah. And the priest wanted to see my pee-pee, and I told my dad, and they took me out.
Are you serious?
No, he's not.
Tom,
Oh
no
my
one wants
gosh.
to see that, okay? Nobody wants to see that. Not even the priest, okay?
Yeah. Nobody said, what are you talking about, though, did they?
Nobody wanted to see that.
Yeah. No, I went to like the 8th grade, some shit like that. My parents were fucking nuts. But they tried that. My mom, not my dad, tried that Christian route. Yeah. I just never really got into it. It's funny, too, because I had 2 good friends that were big time men of the cloth. You guys are going to laugh. One of the 2 I talked to just like I'm talking now. He said it was just really fun for him to just have a day off like a regular guy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, it just got like, shit, you get, you just want to be like a regular fucking Joe. I'll tell you, we were sitting in a restaurant one day in Chicago eating, and at the end of the thing, the waitress said, you guys you seem like nice guys. You guys got the foulest mouths.
Oh my goodness.
She said, I'm just wondering what you guys do for a living. I said, he's a Catholic priest and I'm a private detective. She says, yeah. Yeah, he was a good guy.
One time I was listening to your live, Tom, and my husband walked by and it was on the TV. That's why he's like, what are you listening to? That guy cusses a lot. I was like, oh my goodness.
Crazy.
He's a construction worker. They cuss all day too.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Hey, now does he work all year round out there?
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
They build swimming pools, so
Yeah.
they do inside like rec centers, and then you'd be surprised that for Colorado there is a lot of pools. But they go and redo the pools, chip them down, like re-plaster them.
Yeah.
They build them from the ground up, so they're always busy.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily,
Right.
I mean, the past few years before that, it was just he was working for himself, and it was really slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, when you're subcontracted like that and you're working for all these companies, they're going to keep their prime guys and work you when they need you.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
he actually got in with a good pool company out here.
And it would seem to me like after a while, you would eventually get to where pools were all, you're going to hit the limit of driving distance. But it's crazy how, they keep like doing it and redoing it.
They're expensive, like hundreds of, $100,000, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are for private homes. I mean, we're getting big out here. They're continuing to build in Denver. Denver's not small anymore.
Yeah.
But they go up to the mountains, Colorado Springs. There's a lot of towns around us.
Yeah. Are they so it's indoor pools sometimes?
Yeah, or they tent it off. Like they put big tents up with heaters so that they can work in the outside.
Oh, no kidding.
We haven't had a lot of snow though, so I mean they're pretty much running as normal. I mean the ground might be hard, but it'd still go.
Yeah. Now, did they get their typical snow out there in the mountains?
I haven't even paid attention.
Yeah.
I know
I don't
my
hear
husband
about
and grandson
Colorado
went skiing
snowstorms
once.
hardly ever. Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. I've been out all over out there. I haven't been out there in probably 10 years, something like that.
Denver's not much. We have the mountains as our backyard, but there's nothing really in Denver. You go in the mountains. Yeah, I mean there's so much to see, but unless you're going out to the mountains, Denver, I don't know. To me, it's boring.
Yeah, you get to Boulder much?
I haven't been for about a year, but
Yeah.
we used to go out there all the time.
Yeah, that's how typical college towns are, though, no matter where you're at.
It's like a hippie town.
Yeah. Yep. It's crazy, like the airport, how they have those anti-sign laws out there all over. A lot of states, like airport 15 miles, you see another one, airport 6 miles. They got those rules out there in Colorado. Even when you're around the airport, it's hard to tell unless you see planes. No signs or any of that stuff.
No signs?
Yeah,
Like,
no, not like billboard signs, like
oh, I see.
It's weird. Like you're not going to see a big giant McDonald's sign in the air.
Right, like sticking out
Yeah,
on poles, right?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, they're really strict on that out there. Yeah, beautiful state though.
It's not too far from like major cities though, the airport.
Yeah.
We
Did
used to
you
have it.
notice any? Do you have any? There's lots of criticism on them legalizing marijuana. And looking back now, what's it been? How long? 8, 10 years?
It's been about 10 years.
Yeah. What's your opinion on that? You think it's been like okay, or there's been some downsides?
The thing is that we got a lot of people that moved out here. When that happened, so many people flooded from other states because of the law, and I think our initial opinion was that it was going to benefit us as far as like taxes. The taxes were meant to go to the schools. I don't see any of that happen. They're supposed to help, generate the schools and programs for the schools. I don't see any of that. It just seemed like they came in and tons of people moved here and that was it.
I'd read a couple articles about like bankruptcies and divorces and drug issues and car accidents. They seem to like suggest that it was an example of what not to do.
You know, I know you can get a DUI
Yeah,
for smoking. I don't know anybody personally that has, but
yeah, I know.
I
Yeah,
think it's safer than alcohol. That's for sure.
yeah.
I'd rather have a
I mean,
pothead
I
for a
don't know
kid
how
than
that works. Mark, does
Now
that
I
work?
wonder, is there a certain limit that you have to be over to
Yes.
get a DUI? So
Yeah,
you
but
can have,
but
you might
there
be
is.
able to get away with one puff as
Yeah.
opposed to taking 10
but
puffs.
how
Yes.
can they tell, I mean, I
Well,
think they have to do blood test, right?
they do. Well, they do, and they're having a hard time measuring it on the road like they do alcohol.
Right.
Right.
So if you get a real kick-ass attorney, he's probably going to get it reduced or dropped along the way because of the way and the accuracies portrayed in these courts in different jurisdictions. They haven't got it down. Alcohol, if you're 0.8 in almost every state, the legal
Right.
community and the medical community have agreed you're drunk. So the prosecutor has no burden of proof. It's over. You are considered drunk by everybody. And over there, it only gets worse.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go.
But they're getting them in different states. Yeah.
My DUI cost me over 10 grand. I
I
can
know.
only imagine now. That was over 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So
No,
I can't even
exactly.
imagine now.
And did you guys have those deals in your car where you got to blow into them where you can drive them?
I just didn't drive that year.
Yeah.
I could have got one, but it was just a pain in the butt. I didn't
Yeah,
even do it.
it is. Yeah, it's a pain.
My sister had to get one.
They're expensive too. People don't understand it. Like when you get a jury, they'll say you have a right to an attorney, a jury trial, all this kind of stuff. Those fees get added on your court costs. They're not
I
free at all.
I think my court cost alone was over 2,000. I
Yeah,
got billed.
yeah. No, people think, yeah, you're getting represented for free. It goes on your court costs.
And then you have to pay for UAs
Yeah,
and you have to pay for classes. That'd take
yeah.
2 years of classes.
Just don't do
Exactly.
it. Yeah, just
I
don't
know.
drink and drive. I mean, don't
Yeah.
get stoned,
Right.
drive, don't drink and drive. But the
But
thing is, right? So here's the big debate then. If you shouldn't drink or be under the influence of anything while driving, then that obviously means that while you're under the influence, then you're not the same person, because so that's where the debate goes from before when you guys were talking about, doing these things and everything else, but you technically can't even drive a motor vehicle. So obviously your whole thought process, your sensory, everything is off where you're not even supposed to operate things.
Well, yeah, but it's that limit.
Right. Well, no, that's what I said. I said having one or two drinks compared to having 6 to 12,
Right.
there's a major difference.
I think people, you don't think about it like, oh, you don't sit there and count unless you're really responsible. But anybody that's out drinking goes off of how they feel. Oh, I think I'm okay to still drive. Or, you get stubborn when you're drinking and somebody tries to stop you. You're like, oh, like how you're going to stop me? I'm going home. And I don't know. It's just the decisions you make when you're drinking are
different from when
flawed.
you're not. That's why you're not
Absolutely.
supposed to sign any major papers. You're not supposed to do certain things while under the influence.
How about get a pair of panties down?
Exactly.
No, I'm not signing any papers. We're fucking.
Exactly.
I don't need anything to screw up my mind. It's that way when I'm sober.
Well, Stephanie and I get fucked up in a different kind of way.
Well, the one thing is I never drink when I'm angry. I always drink when I'm happy.
Are you happy? Would you consider yourself a happy drunk?
Oh yes, Tom. Oh yeah, but I drank angry a couple times, yeah, and that just makes your anger worse. So that's why if I'm upset or anything like that, no, I don't go out and have
Now,
a few.
would you say that you're a better person while you're under the influence?
Fuck yeah.
Like how are you a
Me or
better
her?
person?
What do you mean better? In what way, Michelle?
Like, do you think that you can make good decisions and solid decisions where you can be like, yeah, that was a really good
Yeah.
decision while you were totally
Yeah.
shit-faced and under the influence?
Yeah, that's where that Catholic
Oh,
horseshit
hell
comes in.
no. Nobody
Now the
can,
Just
Catholic
asking a
Michelle.
bullshit.
question, Tom. Just asking a question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you think you've
nobody
made the best
can.
decisions while you were
Yeah.
under the influence?
Of
Were
course
you
not.
proud?
I
Were
mean,
you
if
proud of exactly? That's all I
But
need.
I mean, if I've had one or two and have the slight buzz, I think that, yeah, I could probably make the right decision. But, if I'm over 2 drinks, hell no.
Right. That's all.
Stephanie
Jesus.
charted a graph they found in her purse. There was a number of
Yeah, I have a note. I give them a note. I say, if I have 3 drinks, take my card.
yeah. Stephanie had her panties taken off all the way from 1 drink and all the way up to 10. Yeah. They found no
Oh.
correlation in the amount of alcohol because it all
Tom,
ended up in
I'm
the
loving
same
this.
thing.
I really am. This is great.
Yeah. Shit, yeah. No, that's your guilt talking, that
No,
Catholic
I have no.
brainwashing you got.
I don't care
Yeah,
what
you're
you
trying to
guys
pin her
do.
down about
Go
having a
for
couple
it.
beers, getting
I'm
laid.
the life of
Go
I'm the
for
life
it.
of the party, man. You think I
Yeah.
laugh a lot now? I'm
Yeah.
drinking.
I don't know.
I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I know. Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, it's everything. There's acceptable levels of it, and if you abide by that, I think most people do. I mean, if you look at drunk drivers in general, it's a very small group of the entire licensed drivers in the country. Most people, either don't, or they get a driver, or somebody else drives. Or,
Yeah, being responsible. That's when it's fun, when people are
the
actually
hard
make
part for
plans.
some people is probably being responsible before you're buzzed.
Yeah.
A lot of people kill themselves renting airplanes. I did it for years before I bought an airplane, and it's a pain in the ass because you rent it. First of all, there's always a line for the weekend, so you end up taking another day off or something so you can rent it one more day longer, so they'll give it to you. And a lot of guys get killed trying to get back because they have to have that airplane back, or the fees are just like crazy. But it's time, it's time limits on it. It's crazy how it works out. But I know
How many people have killed themselves trying to get a plane back?
a lot.
I'm
A
sure.
lot.
And even the guys that buy airplanes,
I don't hear about many airplane crashes.
they get killed too because they got to be to work Monday morning.
Okay.
And
This is just getting weird.
aviation's loaded with it. Yeah.
I didn't know you can rent an airplane. How much does it cost to rent an airplane?
I didn't know. I haven't rented one in forever, but I bet it's like probably for a little tiny one, like a 172. I bet they're 170 an hour now.
Oh, okay.
And that's with fuel. They pay the fuel.
Oh,
Wet.
right. Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot. It was always an expensive hobby. I don't know what it is now. It's just crazy. Back in the day, you could be a hard worker, middle class, and have an airplane. It's not like that anymore. Now even the bare bones new ones are about $800,000. And most people are trying to have a decent house and a decent car. Who's got $800,000 for an airplane? They're out there, but it's not like it used to be.
Yeah.
Crazy. I don't know if anybody's paying out there and anywhere. I mean, if you're not hooked up some kind of way, like a connection or some specialty, it's hard to make a living, I think now. I don't care what you do.
I can't imagine how much the storage fees are monthly. I'm sure they're expensive.
Yep. Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just, you look at it, I just don't know how a lot of people make it, to tell you the truth. Mark was saying the expense of homes in Toronto now. What is it, like 1.2 million or something like that?
Average is 1.5 million.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
place down where I was
Average
living in Florida is
family
right
dwelling.
around 1 million. It's just nuts. I just don't know how anybody you know, you're just not making that much money anymore. To somebody told me you can get like 50-year loans now, which would
Yeah,
explain how
Jeez.
young couples get mortgages.
yeah.
A lot of my
The only
family's
way to
like
do it.
moving in together. Like the mom's moving in with the daughter and her husband, or two sisters and their husbands moving in together, like getting a
Yeah,
nice, decent house and sharing it.
Yeah.
I know
yeah.
a
You're
few
getting
people
more
that have done that.
multi-families too. Also,
Tom,
Yeah.
you and I need a 50-year loan.
Exactly.
They'll never get their money.
Yeah, for the last 5 years, Stephanie and I, they keep lowering our limits.
Max out all my credit cards.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That they do that to people all the time. They'll be strapped. Their credit cards are, they're making their minimum payment every month, and now they've maxed their credit limit, and the credit card company realizes this through these constant uploads of your credit profile. So then they get a hold of you and lower your limit. So now you can't even make the minimum payment anymore. It's a vicious cycle with that as well.
Yeah, credit cards suck. I
Yeah.
never had a credit card till actually a couple years ago. Never once wanted a credit card, wanted nothing to do with it. I know you needed it for your credit, but
I use a debit card. I don't want a
that's what
credit
I
card either.
used for years. And then my husband was like, "Oh, here, I got a credit card." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Use that."
there's
So I
some
used
things you
it.
need a credit card for, though.
Yeah.
Mm.
You can get one of those those ones you get at like Walmart and you just load the card if you want.
Preloaded.
Yeah.
I've
I'm
heard
not.
some people talking about like Southwest Airlines. They actually have their own credit card, and when you buy, you accumulate points for flying. I was like,
But
that's kind of a cool idea.
but the thing
Yeah.
is, when you start getting into credit cards, then you're just balancing out all your credit cards all the time. It's just a cycle of like, oh, I gotta pay this minimum payment. Oh, I gotta pay this one. And then you're giving these companies like this large interest rate, and it's really
Yeah.
not.
They'll jack
It's
your interest rate up too and they got you by the balls.
oh yeah, oh I'm sure that, but that's what I'm saying. Like I never liked credit cards, and it is what it is. But
Yeah. Crazy, man.
mm,
Mark, even the houses in Windsor are expensive now.
I bet they are.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a housing shortage all over Ontario, all over Canada. What am I saying? All over Canada, there's a shortage of houses. So they're fetching a good price now.
it's the
Well,
cost of inflation because we're doing whatever we want. So everyone's got to pay more for everything.
yeah, inflation's a problem, that's for sure.
I think what you did, Tom, was smart. You got a rural home,
Mhm.
have your nice house in close to stuff, but not too close. That's what I want to do. I don't want to live in the city. Just invest in some land and slowly build.
Yeah,
Your
I
house is
mean,
amazing.
but you'd have to this would be not that easy if you're this is a crappy area unless you're set
Mhm.
up in a deal like this. 161 counties. Number one's the richest. We're 159. But when you do your thing here in an area like this, it's like you get a big bang for your buck. But would you live here and want a couple kids in the school system and have to drive an
Mhm.
hour to work each way? So this
Right.
one, because of
It's
this
for
situation,
retirement, right?
yeah,
Like,
yep.
yeah, definitely.
But it wouldn't be and if you there. I mean, I wouldn't have lived in West Branch if I was 30. I wouldn't have lived a lot of places when I was 30. It's like I'm not doing this at this age, but at this age, this is cool. You don't like
Absolutely.
traffic. You don't want
But
to wait in
you
line.
you went out and you left your parents at a young age, right?
Yeah.
left
Well,
and
yeah, I did.
started
Yeah. 18.
doing.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
so you were,
guess. But a lot of us did, man. You were a weirdo
yeah,
if you were 19 and living at home, unless you
I
were in
did
college.
too. Yeah, I left when I was about 18, 19. Yeah.
I couldn't wait the hell to get out of there.
Too.
Well, now it's like with kids, it's like they want, like, with insurance, your kids are covered under your insurance till they're like 26 now, I think, if they're in school. Your health insurance, you can still cover your kids till they're 26, where before, even in my
Wow.
generation, that wasn't the case. When
No,
you were
but you know
18.
what, too? Good insurance now is a $5,000 deductible and a 20% copay.
Mm.
It's not like the old days.
Well, the company that I used to work for, they had free health insurance, and all you had to do was work 20 hours a week, and you had free health insurance. You did have to pay co-pays at the doctors, so like it was like $15 for a doctor's visit, but yeah, it was free. And then
Wow.
that
That's
started going away
amazing,
because
man.
everybody wanted to work there just for the health insurance. Like there were people who worked there forever, and I'm like, well, why did you stay working at a grocery store? They're like, you can't get this health insurance
No,
anywhere.
but
But then
Medicare is pretty good, though.
Medicare.
Yeah, if you get a supplement. Shit's expensive, too. They take that out of your Social Security, and then you get a supplement. That's
Yeah.
another. It still ends up costing you like $600 a month, $700 or whatever it is.
For Medicare?
Yeah, with the supplement.
Mm.
Yeah, without the supplement, it's the 80-20. But it doesn't take too much to get done to rack up a big ass 20% copay like on
Oh,
an operation.
tell me about it. I know.
What? So I thought, so Medicare is not free health
Fuck
coverage
no.
No, Michelle, Medicare is
Yeah,
$175 a month.
because
mine's
I thought it was like Medicaid.
no, Medicaid's like for like poor people.
I wish I could get
Medicare's for
Medicaid. Yeah.
better insurance, Medicaid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact,
Medicaid pays everything.
you become triple certified on experimental drugs, there's no copay and no.
Oh,
Yeah, they got better insurance than anybody. Medicaid, poor people, and you don't need to go to a walk-in clinic or wait a week when you're feeling good. Just use ER as your primary care physician because you're not paying for it.
I've had Medicaid since I've had my grandson because, it's like a kinship type of thing,
Yeah.
a benefit. And oh my gosh,
You're
I think
lucky.
I take it for granted. 'Cause I mean, even the
Yeah, you are
medicines,
so
everything.
lucky. Yeah,
I
they do. They
never
pay
had to worry.
I know they pay for medicine and everything.
I could
Yeah,
even go
what's
to the
weird about
dentist.
those
Yeah,
kids,
see?
those young kids is they don't pay for diapers. Nobody pays for diapers.
What do you
What do
mean?
you? Yeah,
Like
I don't.
welfare or
Oh, welfare. Oh.
any of that shit.
I don't think they pay for. Do they pay for
Milk.
diapers? I don't.
So even the brokest people in the world can't get diapers.
I know there's like a couple programs that have diapers, not all the time. They're not going to stock you up all month with them, but I know, like, for instance, a food bank down the street from here will give you packs of diapers.
Yeah, but that's like third party.
Right, right.
Yeah,
I've known people. So get this. I've known a lot of people who worked under the bucks, right? So they had these jobs, and most of their pay wasn't, on the bucks, and because if it was, then they wouldn't qualify for Medicaid, and then they wouldn't be able to afford like a place to live and
that's no
everything.
shit.
Like
Right.
but that's where most of, if you're not rich or if you don't have a lot of money, if you're just like the regular working class, it's like I didn't blame these people who did this, even though it wasn't obviously wasn't the right thing, but like when you look at it, is it right if you work 40 hours a week? Actually, more. Some of these people work more than 40 hours a week and still can't even afford basic needs because their health insurance would have been too much. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It's the old people that suffer.
Yeah, I mean, but look at Mark. Like you can have it. Like Mark's got it in his country, and everybody talks about Canada. Yeah, it's great, but they pay up the ass for it. Their income tax is
Oh,
fucking
all
through
their
the roof.
taxes everywhere. They
No,
tax
not
every.
like Canada.
No, that's what I'm saying. It in Canada, I couldn't believe what would see on receipts. You go out to eat,
Fuck yeah,
you have like five different things for certain taxes. I'm like, what is all this? I looked at my
yeah,
receipt. I'm like, there's a county tax, there's a freaking service tax. Like I was like, geez. I was like, okay.
15% when you buy stuff. It's two taxes.
Wow.
Yeah.
yeah. And that's just, and then talk about. I'm talking about income tax.
Yeah, that's I think it's a third.
Yeah, no matter what you deduct.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Crazy.
crazy. No, it
Yeah.
really is.
So they have income tax refunds in Canada?
Oh yeah, if you're eligible, you get a refund.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just
That
like
means that or Jewish. Of course, that's eligible. You get a good.
What? Did you say Jewish?
Yeah.
Tom mentions
Believe me,
Tom
they get a
mentions the
refund.
Jews every
Tom loves the Jews.
They get a
Yeah.
refund. Yeah. Yeah, Canada. I love Canada though. Really. I used to have these fantasies of meeting some girl over in Windsor and staying over there, but didn't work out.
Oh yeah. We used to we used to go over the border to Vancouver and party all the time.
Yeah, they say that's where all the dope comes in now.
Yep, that's why we were
Probably.
there.
Yeah.
I think I think they even have like those rooms where you can go in and safely use and shoot up
Yeah.
in Vancouver. They're trying to open one here in Denver and it did not
Oh
pass, but I can only
man.
imagine those safe. I don't know.
Well,
They
I
have
I
think
those.
those,
know.
if you look at those safe places like in some of the European
Yeah.
countries, they haven't worked like they thought they were gonna.
Yeah, I mean, why make it easy? I mean, it's going to give people no incentive to stop. I mean,
But I think somebody was thinking along the way when you looked at, once again, Medicaid and all it costs with working girls. And I think they probably looked at the numbers and tried to head it off at the pass.
yeah, I don't
These
know.
people get all sorts of things as a result of injecting drugs like that.
Oh, the
And it ends
working
up
class
coming out of
people.
your taxes through
You know,
phone.
I think they need more rehabs, is what it is. There's like, waiting. Sometimes there's a month or longer to get in. And by then, I don't
Well,
know. Some people just give up.
you figure you're right. Your taxes that you pay all your life go to these programs for people to just piss on most of the time anyways.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
lot of people are in there that shouldn't be in there. They don't want to be there. They're just doing it because either they're on probation and forced to, or, they're just taking up a bed somebody else that's wanting to get sober should have. It's frustrating. I mean, I went through a few different places. The last place I was in, it was sober living, and I was the house manager for a couple months. It blew my mind that they're going to have clients run the houses, but it helped me get some deduction on my rent, so I did it. But these girls are coming from prison, straight from prison into these houses, and a lot of them aren't ready. They don't want it. They're just going through the motions.
Well, like the way that I look at it is they're taking, your money for taxes and stuff for these programs to help people out. Now, I'm sure you know that most people with addiction problems don't recover, especially if it's hardcore stuff.
Hmm.
But like you give your money to these programs because there are people that do recover and who really do want a better life and everything else. So, I mean, but anybody that knows about addiction and recovery, the chances are pretty slim.
Right.
The
I was
percentage
in
of
there.
people who actually do that, it's the odds aren't really in their favor.
I thankfully got in through Medicaid, but so there's like a couple, a husband and wife that went in and they paid it out of pocket and it was 10 grand a piece for 30 days. I was like, oh my gosh,
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah,
10 grand a pop. And then you got 100 people in there, I mean, it's a lot of money.
Yeah. What a racket. Yeah, there's big money in that rehab thing. When you got the same people coming back 70% of the time.
Right?
Yeah.
What
I
a
was
business.
watching in Phoenix that their drug problem's really bad, but they were running these operations where they're just picking people homeless off the street and getting their information, like their Medicaid or whatever information,
Yeah.
and letting them stay there and use in their houses. They're just profiting off of, or and then throwing them out, but they kept rolling money out of the Medicaid system.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of programs that were doing that out there. Hopefully they stopped it because that's discouraging to think people are actually reaching out for help and this is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, it happens all the time because
I don't even think they were affiliated with any type of, I don't know if they're just making nonprofits and registering the name and saying this is what they were and going from there. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're scamming. I heard a lot of those stories. Tom does his interviews. They have interviews like that out there, and a lot of people were talking about that.
Wow.
everybody's out to make some kind of money for something, I guess. But like, it is what it is. Even living in that lifestyle of scamming so much, you eventually get caught. So I mean, there's no point to it. You might get away with it for a while.
Some people don't get caught.
I know. It's
You
sick.
don't. You eventually, if you keep up with it.
There's people that never got caught.
Mm.
My dad drank 40 years and never missed a day of work. Fifth a day.
Well, I'm sure he was an upstanding guy.
No, he drank a fifth a day and never got caught. You would think, well, wouldn't he got a drunk driving ticket by then? No, it doesn't work that way.
Oh no, we have a functioning alcoholic in our family. Never misses work. It happens.
Yeah.
Am I
That's
echoing?
amazing. No.
No.
Oh, I hear myself echoing. Weird.
Not here. It's weird. Hey,
I'm
hitting the night over there.
Yeah, I'm hearing voices again.
Yeah, you're slowly transitioning from a heavy drinker to a psychotic kook.
No, Stephanie's
Yeah.
not a psychotic kook.
I don't know, Michelle. I'm getting kookier as the years go on.
It'll happen.
Still kooky after all
Yeah,
these
right.
years.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you, Lucid. That's a hard thing to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
It is. It's like you said, you still not sure what made you do it.
Like they say, you got to be sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Did you quit prior to this for any extended period of time, or?
Oh yeah.
What
For
was the
some
longest?
people, probably 6 months at a time.
Okay.
And that's why, certain people, it helps them to count days. I just couldn't, because I couldn't never get over that 6 month mark. Once I hit right around 6 months, I would relapse. And I was just like, I need to quit focusing on time and just focus on not drinking,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's different.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It seems like you have a good support system too. It seems like he really cares about you.
He must, because I put him through some stuff, man.
Oh, I'm sure.
Did you ever?
I mean, we both have, but he dealt with a lot of my bullshit.
Did you ever take Antabuse?
No, I took Suboxone. I never took Antabuse.
Okay. Did Suboxone help?
I was pill popping at the same time. So I was drinking and pill popping. So that was more for the pills. That actually helps. But when I relapsed that last time, my purse got stolen, like I was saying, and I had my whole month prescription of Suboxone in there.
Yeah.
And when that got stolen, that coming off of Suboxone is worse than
Yeah, I know.
coming off the drug itself. And I was fighting with my doctors. I'm like, look, I'm not abusing this. Somebody, stole my stuff. I don't know what to do. I'm withdrawing. I'm drinking. I need my medicine.
Yeah.
And they're just fighting me with it. So I just stood in bed for like 2 weeks, felt like shit. But I was like, that's just another addiction,
Yeah. But
So how long has it been since you've been sober?
It's been over a year. Yeah.
Oh,
So I think
congrats.
January. Yeah. I was
wow.
like, if I could do a year, then I could keep going. And, it hasn't been all good. I went through a lot of emotional stuff this
Sure.
year, but
Yeah.
I did it sober,
Good for
Did
you.
people,
Yeah.
did, like I said, did you find like more people just wanting to be in your life more since you've been sober?
I keep my circle small. I always have, my dad's passed, my mom's passed. One of my little sister just got sentenced to, I think it was like 6 years in prison. And
What'd
I
she
just
do?
have my older drugs.
Wow.
She got busted with, I think, weapons and drugs, and they wanted to give her 30, but I think it came down to it and they gave her 6, I think.
Wow. What state?
Colorado.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's a whole nother story. She's my half sister. So my dad got married when I was 14. So I'm like 14 years older than my little sister. So she's
Oh,
29, I believe.
yeah.
So we didn't really grow up together, but yeah, she's had a hard life too.
Really?
Yeah. I'm telling you, these, once it's, if you don't watch the way you walk through life and you know that you have a probability of getting addicted, don't do it. Temptation's there, just don't do it, because
Well,
some
I mean, people fall from grace all the time, like you sober or not, even without, addiction. So keep your head up, and
What are you
there's
talking
more.
about, man?
I'm
Mark
Tom.
and I are fucking fine either way.
Tom went through a very hard time, so don't let
Yeah.
him fool you into
Yeah,
thinking that
bullshit.
he's lived this charmed
he's
lifestyle.
he's the
Just look at his
exception to the
past
rule.
videos in a couple years back.
Yeah,
So, but what I'm saying is, congratulations.
Thank you.
Keep you, you do. I know it's not easy, and keep it up.
It gets easier.
You're gonna have your days when it's gonna be bad, but like if you have people who want to be there for you and everything else, like
It's just like my mentality just needed a change, and that's what pissed me off about my daughter is, I was actually losing weight, working out every day, and then they busted her in the gym, I don't know if you heard that, Michelle, but I had the code to my gym on the fridge, and she and her boyfriend were in the gym trying to cover the cameras, trying to cover windows, getting high in there under our code. So I don't know if they're going to give us another code. It's been like a week. So that's just annoying,
yeah.
Hey, Lucid, I want you to know this. You can call me or Stephanie anytime you want, except happy hour.
What's that, 4 to 6, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we'll give you all the support you need. Yes. call them before we leave.
Are you gonna go down there this
They
summer,
just don't
Steph?
want to hear about
Yeah.
your problems when
Yeah.
they're trying to get, drunk.
No. Any help you need, we can overnight it.
Just let 'em-
Oh yeah, I have good advice when I'm drunk.
You got two people you can really.
Oh my goodness.
Oh God. Oh, I know everything when I'm drunk.
Yeah, she'll even argue with you around 11 that you
Hey,
should have called earlier.
if you're feeling like sad or struggling, go out to the bar and watch everybody getting drunk.
Yeah.
That'll cheer you right off. Watch
Yeah.
ballers
Right?
playing pool. That's what you do. You go there, then you just
You,
then be like,
you know,
well,
and that's funny. You could be an alcoholic, but you can't stand being around drunk people. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Once people start getting buzzed, I'm just like, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
So, are you going out there, Steph, to Georgia?
Better believe it.
Yeah, this summer. If I'm alive.
oh, what do you mean if you're alive?
Yeah.
Well, you never know, Michelle.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to wake up tomorrow for the Easter egg hunt.
You're getting about that age. You should be doing that again.
Tom, I can't wait to see Mason going for the eggs. Oh God!
It should be a big day for you tomorrow, Easter.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big day for all the kids and the sugar highs.
Yeah, give your kids a ton of sugar. I thought, what I found funny was around here, all the Easter candy, they're selling it like half off before Easter. So I'm
What?
wondering if,
That's weird.
it's weird. It is weird. So I
Not
think
here. We've been
Oh, yeah.
shopping all week for candy.
Oh yeah, they cut this is the first time I've seen them cut prices of candy.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
weird.
Though,
They must have ordered too much.
I have no idea. I'm thinking maybe they had like too much like from last year because there's a lot of times when they make too much of it and then it doesn't get sold and then they try to push it the next year.
Yeah.
Well,
The last
Michelle, my sister and I, we loaded 123 of those plastic eggs full of candy. Oh my God!
guys-
Talk about
You
time
don't put money.
consuming.
I used to put money in my kids. Like I would put money in their Easter eggs.
Oh, no! Our kids are too little for money. They don't want money.
Oh yeah, right. Too little.
They don't want money. What's this? They want something to pop in their mouth.
Right.
Oh man!
Now, are those kids? Is there a limit they have on sweets? Somebody keeping an eye on them?
Not when they're at my sister.
Oh, really?
Not when I'm around. Oh
I read
God!
an article about that. Good night, Drifter. I read an article about like the consumption of sugar amongst kids over the years and how high it keeps getting.
Well, yeah. Well, in fact, Tom, Mason is not supposed to have a lot of sugar because of his autism.
Well, actually, they're coming out with this new program. I just read about it the other day. So I don't know when it's going to start or even if it seemed a little out there, but apparently doctors are going to start writing prescriptions for fruits and vegetables so that people can go and buy produce at a cheaper price than it is now, because the price of produce is outrageous.
Even now it is.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, produce is high.
like
Um,
blueberries, strawberries. If you want,
yeah,
like,
the kids like strawberries, and they like
if
those little cutie pie oranges.
yeah, if you
Yeah,
want,
they're
they're like
expensive.
$7 a bag, $7
Yeah,
$8 a bag.
yep,
And
they are.
even the like all the produce that's cheap isn't good for you. Like, you can buy a head of iceberg lettuce, but it's basically water. Like, the stuff that's good for you is cheap, and then the stuff that isn't good for you is expensive. So
And
really,
bok choy.
so right, so even
Mm.
bok
Oh
choy is
yeah, the
good.
kids love bok choy.
Yeah.
Sucks.
But that's the thing. It's like, if you don't have money, like, food's gotten outrageous. The price of food, like, is just, we're now, physicians are starting this program. I don't know when it's gonna start.
Yeah, look at how crazy it is to like shop in one of those Whole Foods.
If you have
Oh God,
if you have
they're so
if you-
high.
yeah, if you have a family to like buy food for, like, good luck. Like,
Yeah, good luck is right.
it's
Oh yeah,
you're gonna have to stick to like ramen noodles
Yeah,
and
that's true.
like canned processed shit. Like, so
casseroles.
you can't even sit there and blame most working parents for not feeding their kids the most nutritious meals, because it's
It's expensive to eat healthy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, buy some organic. And then people don't even know that berries and stuff have the highest amount of pesticides and chemicals in them either, which isn't good for you or a child or a kid. So, but if you were to buy
Wow.
organic berries, that's like 12, like, you're gonna pay like $12 for a container of organic, like
Well,
organic.
I'm sure I ate pesticides my whole life. They never had no organic shit when I was growing up. So
Right. But
you
like I said,
know.
you can't sit there and blame parents for not being able to, provide like the best meals for their kids, because it's expensive.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
My kid refuses to eat vegetables. All he'll eat is fruit. And I mean, I know
Oh,
what
I
you're saying,
know.
Michelle. It's
Yeah.
expensive. Fruit's
Yep.
expensive.
It is.
Yeah. He won't eat vegetables, huh?
He will not eat vegetables. Nothing. Not even a carrot.
No, I know. I don't think the kids eat them either. No.
So I always pack his plate with meat and fruit.
there
Yeah.
you
Well,
go.
that's okay. Fruit's
It's
good for
fine.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes with kids, they have to develop like certain taste for things. Anyways, their taste buds change.
Yeah, like spam.
Yeah, spam. Yeah, give them some spam and see how they
I
like that.
remember eating spam as a kid.
God, I hate that.
My mom
Mm-hmm.
fried it up. I used to like it, but then I probably didn't know any better.
Or the canned corned beef and hash.
Oh,
Oh God, my dad
or the
loved that
pickled.
crap.
What about
Yeah.
It's
what about the
it's
pickled like pig feet and stuff they
yes.
have? Have you seen
Yep.
those
Yes.
in the jar?
Yes. That was like, I don't know. I used to go to the bar with my dad and they had pickled pig's feet and pickled eggs.
Oh, I remembered the pickled eggs. Yeah.
What what were they pickled in?
I don't know, just like
I don't know. Pickle
a
juice.
pickle brine. Yeah. Vinegars. Yeah.
Oh, and then the bars used to have the taverns, those delicious, they were like pickled sausages,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Polish sausages. Remember those?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
oh God, those were delicious.
I haven't seen those. I have
I
not seen those.
know. I
Not
can't
even,
believe it. Just thought of that, but those were good.
weren't they like the little sausages?
No, they were bigger.
Oh, I remember
Yeah.
the little ones.
Oh God, not those Vienna sausages.
Oh no, no.
Oh, oh
That's like
God.
potted meat.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to make sure my windows were up. It's not supposed to rain, but you never know down here.
Are you in your new house now?
About 10%.
It's
Oh,
probably cold in there, huh? With just a big empty house.
Like today, I think it got to 80. So I
Oh
opened the
wow.
windows and got it up, but it would be like damp in there if I didn't like do that. So I should be in there probably a week or so. Like it takes forever. I had a rat get in the garage and went and ate through some of the bags of clothes I had, just
Oh
like,
man.
yeah, I know, crapped
Time
all over the
time
place.
for a cat.
Well, I put traps out and it triggered 3 of them. And I thought, well, I don't know, maybe I don't know. Should have worked. I've had peanut butter on it. And then I saw it today, just as I was finishing up,
how did they
Eh,
get in there?
bashed his head in.
they get in anyway. I mean, they could squeeze through the tiniest holes.
Yeah. And this is a rat, not a mouse,
Oh,
but a small one.
you probably get big ones out there since it's all open, like country, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I never see them though. I mean, I don't even see that many mice. Where's it? Hang on, this damn dog wants something.
A rat will never be cohabitate in the same place as a mouse. If you got rats,
Really?
you don't have mice. Yeah.
I did not know that, huh?
What do you want? Pee-pee? What do you want? Pee-pee? Pee-pee? I gave her a treat. I don't know what the heck she
Well,
wants.
Stephanie, have fun tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it'll be fun.
Do you guys go to church at all or no?
No.
No.
No, when the kids are with their dad. Oh, actually, the kids are with their dad, so they'll be at church in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Their dad takes them to church every Sunday.
Are you in Seattle, or are you on the outskirts?
I'm on the outskirts.
Oh, because my grandson's grandma lives in Everett.
Okay, that's up north.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
went out.
Everett's about 30 miles from me.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, maybe farther. Maybe farther, yeah. Yep.
I think it's a pretty state.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's nice here. It's just, but the cost of living is high everywhere. So,
Yeah.
I think last time I was out there, I compared it to ours. Like the housing was about the same. But like, oh my gosh, I was smoking cigarettes and cigarettes were ridiculously expensive out there in Seattle. I think they're like $10 a pack and they're like only
They're 15 here. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Unless if you go to the reservation. Now we have a couple reservations around here, and
What are they, off-brand or something?
yeah, but they're decent. It's not like they're not that bad, and
No, they're not bad.
only
I
pay
mean, you
like
can save a couple bucks, but
yeah, like they're about like $3 a pack at the reservation versus
What?
15. So
Here's what I pay.
Oh.
We pay over $20 a package from the gas
Whoa.
station here. Over
wow.
$20. So I go to the reserve and I pay $10 a carton.
A
What?
carton? A
A
carton?
carton.
Oh, Mark, you need to
Whoa.
send me some.
yeah, it's like $20 a carton.
That's
at the
illegal.
reservations here.
That's illegal, Tom?
Yeah.
It is illegal.
Oh, let's do it, Mark. It's illegal.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is nuts. Are they? They're not exactly the same, though, are they, Mark?
What do you mean? No, here
Quality.
$10 a carton will buy you. They come in 200 in a bag.
Oh.
For $15, you can get individual boxes,
Okay.
and that's $15 a carton. That's still a substantial savings as opposed to $20 a package over $20 a package now.
That's crazy. And
It
how
is
many
crazy.
packs come in a
Yeah.
carton? Is it 10?
Yes,
Whoa. So how far do you have to drive to get those?
20 minutes.
Oh, pff,
Good for you.
Not even.
Hey,
I'm over here.
You were cutting down on your smoking. How's that going?
It's going good. I during the day I hardly touch them. I basically just smoke a few in the evening now.
Oh, that's good.
I quit smoking cigarettes for a month, but I still use a vape pen. I was smoking for 15 years
You know
and
what? You know what
I
I
quit.
found? I
Uh-huh.
did this study just
You
because I
bought a
just
pack of
wanted to know because
Marlboros.
they don't know about the vape. They really don't know a lot about it.
Right.
And
Yeah, they do.
everybody,
It's terrible
and I
for
had
your
a lot of
lungs.
medical professionals tell me to just vape instead of smoke cigarettes, which I
Yeah,
thought
they're
was
stupid.
weird.
Oh
So
no.
I took my air fresh I have an air purifier, right, that tells you the levels of the air. It'll tell you.
Oh,
So I
great.
Uh-huh.
blew
Put it in the
so I
bathroom.
so I blew so I blew cigarettes. I blew cigarette smoke into it, and it was bad, obviously. Duh. But when someone blew their vape pen into it, it was triple the amount.
Whoa.
Triple. Yeah, I
Oh,
was like,
yeah. Let's
whoa. I
start
was like,
vaping.
okay.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I
Yeah.
know.
Oh, I know. Lucid, you don't want to just quit everything right off the bat
That's what they
either.
say. Yeah.
Right.
You do one thing at a time. If you have to smoke a vape pen, you go ahead and smoke your pen, honey. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't be trying to. That's where people fail. They try to just stop everything, and no, don't even worry
Exactly.
about it.
Hey, I get it. Hard.
Even in rehab they said she like was okay, the director was okay with people smoking because it levels your stress, it drops your stress level, you're breathing
Oh
in
yeah,
and
I
out,
know.
and that was a stress relief for a lot of people. So
Oh
they're
yeah,
like, smoke, if you need to smoke, go ahead and smoke.
that's
Yep.
right. I mean, no.
Hey,
Uh,
don't think for a second that I don't understand. I tried quitting jacking off once.
Oh my god.
Tom turned Tom turned into the biggest serial killer ever when he stopped doing that. Just let him freaking have his porn and his
Yeah,
freaking
hell no. I haven't hardly watched any porn in the last 3 months.
what are you down to, like once a day now,
No,
Tom?
I haven't like watched it. It's
Was
weird.
it just being busy, or just you just
No,
lost interest?
yeah.
Huh.
Gotta be hormonal.
it's uh, your live chats are satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'm
Tom, every
really
time
doing is
you
laying the groundwork so Stephanie isn't too disappointed when she gets there.
every time Tom, listen, every time you want to do it, just call me.
Tom
I'll
says
talk
something
you out of
different
it.
now. He says he doesn't watch porn. He says it differently.
Yeah. I don't want to quit that kind of way.
Tom, did you see that they banned it from Texas? I think it was Pornhub, to where people can't log into Pornhub in Texas anymore.
Oh yeah,
Think
they
it,
can do that. You can go through a VPN.
weren't you telling me something about that? Like in Georgia, you kept getting a pop up.
Yeah.
I was like,
For
what?
a
That's
while they wanted me
crazy.
to like sign into an account.
Oh, to like age
Yeah,
verification or
well, that's what
something.
they used, but I asked you about that time, and it hasn't happened. Happened like 2 times.
That's weird.
That's weird. So you never know.
Like, I can only imagine Texas guys are probably frustrated.
Yeah.
All the fights are gonna
But you can
start
get a
breaking out.
VPN. You can make your a virtual private network cost you $100 a month somewhere, a server wherever you want it to be, and watch all that shit.
I don't know if it was just Pornhub or if it was all of them. They just talked about Pornhub.
Now,
There's so many
Tom,
other ones.
Yeah.
now, Tom, with you and your porn thing, do you
Yeah.
think that like if there was never such a thing as porn, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you would have had sex with just a ton of women?
I would have anyway.
even
I
without.
could have. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, do you think? I couldn't have had more. I had as much as I could have.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I
But I
got
mean,
as much as I could get.
but if there wasn't porn, because you said you were big into porn or whatever, do you
You
think
mean then or now?
like then back then? I'm saying
Well,
back
then it was just that was a means to an end. I mean, if I'd have been introduced to porn like at 16, I'd have probably never had a damn girlfriend. No shit.
It's
It was
just so
a means
mind
to an
blowing. I mean, some guys have like such a high like sex drive. I mean, and my husband, for not to get personal, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, he got diabetes, and then like
That's
he
the
even
first thing that goes.
yeah, he said his testosterone went down, and it's like went down to zero, and I'm just like, I don't. It's just crazy how some men are really
do you,
driven and some aren't.
I mean, do you think that it was more of a stress reliever for you?
No. I think it was more of like just being a male and really.
Being a male and just
I
wanting
mean,
to
I
look
remember
at
it's the only time in my life I ever used fake ID, and it was to get in to watch a porn. You know, this is 1973, fall of 1973. And I remember seeing it. It's like, yeah, fucking A. This is exactly what I thought. Like 1,000 times better than like Playboy magazines and stuff.
So do you
And
think
then, during that whole time, that stuff, you still had to like go to a place. So it was a while. So until I got to like 28 or something like that, I didn't have that full-time great access to all that shit full time, without having to go to like a bad part of town or during a schedule or something like that. So it worked out perfect for me. I can
so do you,
remember thinking, it's like, yeah, I just couldn't get into it. Didn't interest me that much.
so do you think now, like you said that you don't really watch a lot of it now or whatever,
Right.
do you think what's the reason you just not like interested in it anymore?
Yeah, I just don't feel like, what it is. I find the first thing I say to myself is I don't want to spend that kind of time.
Looking for one that's going to
Well,
turn you on.
yeah, like in the 70s and 80s. I mean, even like maybe 15 years ago, you could go to a search engine, look on your favorite porn site, click on like, let's say Deep Throat as an example, and it'd be like 200 movies that were just exactly what you were looking for. Now you click on Deep Throat, you get 2 billion fucking returns, and none of those girls give good head.
Oh my
So it's just so watered down and crappy now that between that and the time it's taken, I don't want to fuck with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Steph.
Stop it. Oh God.
Yeah. So, but I think porn's like went backwards. I mean, there's more of it, and it's not quite the taboo it used to be, but it sucks. I don't even know if they come out with new movies now, like in DVDs and stuff like that.
I have no idea. Like
I really don't. But
I
I
know
do
they
know
used to
there's like
have
a 4-story porn store in Fairvilla, Florida, just north of Orlando, and that's still going. And I wonder, what they filled that up with now that the tapes are gone. And,
they
are
used to
people
have
actually going in there and renting that stuff with all the stuff you can get online?
they used to have
Yeah, he
like
is, Christy.
like porn video stores, but they got rid of a lot of them, and I don't know if that's just because everybody could just get it online now.
I think so. And once VHS and Beta died out, when it
Right.
went to like DVD, I think
Well,
that
just
finished
like
them off.
right,
And
just
now a
like
lot of this shit, nobody has. It's right from the maker to you.
oh yeah, true.
But I think the chances are, I mean, when you get into like legit porn, it's like professional lighting. A lot of those guys went on to work for legitimate films. You got to like be a good photographer. And you look at the home porn shit, most of it's like terrible. It's like acting, really poor lighting. They're too far away. You get what you're paying for.
Hmm.
Yeah, and like I said, before when you do search engines, it's like you go right to what you liked, no problem, and it wouldn't have been on there otherwise. And now it's like all bullshit.
Huh.
It's just like these girls are terrible, man. I mean, I knew better from a long time ago when I was young. These young guys would talk about these older women in the health club I belonged to when I was living in Chicago. It's like, hey, man, you're dreaming. I bet she's terrible. And I'm right, because if you look at the odds overall, at least the people that are willing to show it and expose it on the internet, they're terrible. I don't care what they look like, most of them.
Now, do you think that the people that were doing porn and everything, do you think that most of them went on to live normal lives?
No,
Like, could like go out?
absolutely not. No, most of them went on to live the most miserable, uncomfortable, sad, and tragic life you could imagine,
That's
and died
crazy.
prematurely.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, you can Google any of them. None of them.
Hmm.
Even like arguably one that seemed to be doing okay for a while, Tracy Lord. She's still a B-side of a album singer. It's just nobody ever really transitions other than Sylvester Stallone.
So it's definitely not something like people should get into by any
No, fuck
chance to make
no.
money.
People ask me, I tell them absolutely not. I mean, I've had women ask me about they could go to California for the summer as college kids, strip. It's like, what do I think? It's like, I think don't do it. And I try and talk them out of it.
Hmm.
No, it just doesn't. It's just, I don't know, I mean, it's not because after all, it's legal. You just, whether or not you like it's a different argument.
Do you think it probably ruined a person's reputation in general, like doing
Yeah,
that?
I mean, even now they're firing school teachers because they've been strippers one point in their life.
Right.
And they're canning a bunch of another
But
subgroup of OnlyFans.
what I find
That's the thing I got. That's an interesting thing.
no, this is interesting, and I'm going to tell you why, because I know people, if they're firing people for like some kind of like moral reason,
Yeah,
do you know what I
conduct.
mean?
Yeah,
If they're doing
Mel
that,
Tucker, Michigan State.
then they need to fire a lot of other people who do stuff it's just not on camera for the worst stuff than, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't feel that that's a very fair system.
I don't think someone doing. I don't care if they were a topless dancer before they were a school teacher or not. I mean, I don't see what one thing has to do with another.
Right. Like bringing up somebody's past to
Yeah,
like,
and it's legal activity.
right.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just such a. I guarantee you those fuckers, 90% of them are doing way worse shit than that. Watching it or
Well,
wearing it themselves or something.
I knew a couple girls that stripped and stuff, and they were paying for college and they actually ended up having good jobs afterwards. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
this isn't
there's always exceptions to everything.
right.
Yeah, but most of the time, that's how risk analysis goes with insurance rates. These numbers kind of tell the truth. Look at how bookies accurately pick odds in Vegas. That's amazing. But they're watching the player. I mean, there's a lot to it, but they're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Who's injured, who isn't, who's just got drafted, that kind of thing. Yeah,
I don't really watch a lot of sports.
No, I'm watching less and less sports every year too. I don't watch the NBA at all anymore. And I used to watch it like constantly.
Yeah, I mean, I used to watch baseball and football a lot more, but then I was just kind of like, I don't know. It wasn't as exciting. I mean, like when you actually go to the games in person, it's different, but
Yeah,
watching it on TV, it's kind of like, okay, like there's a different feel to it.
yeah, right. Yeah, it's just not as interesting as it used to be. I don't know what football's numbers are doing. I haven't looked in a long time. I don't know if it's getting better or worse or what.
I mean, they're still doing good. I mean, overall, football's still a major thing, and now even to get tickets to a game, it's like the prices are outrageous.
Yeah, it's like that in Detroit too.
Yeah, you're gonna pay. You're definitely, but they're still packing the
Yeah, like
stadium.
you're paying like 1,400 or some crazy shit
Yeah, I mean,
for good
for
seats.
for like quote unquote bad seats, it's like
I
$300 or $400
know.
for not that good. So it's like, why would you pay that much for bad seats? Like, either go all in or freaking
Yeah,
don't go at all.
probably because they're real fanatics about it, love the hobby or the sport, and the good seats were sold by the time they thought they could make it.
Yeah, they just like watching them play, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't that enthusiastic about it to spend that kind of money on
Right,
watching.
same. I wouldn't. I think it's all crazy prices. Pro sports.
Oh yeah, but they make a lot of money. They
No,
all do.
I know.
That's their thing.
Yeah, boxing. Yeah, boxing's gotten bad too. Plus, Showtime and HBO dropped it. They don't do boxing at all anymore. You get
Really?
one on ESPN2 once in a while, but boxing's in the tank. That
Hmm.
MMA really hurt him. Now this bare knuckle fighting has really taken off. It's even one step further in savagery. I mean, it's crazy. Guys
Oh
not
no.
gloves.
Yeah,
They
beat
just
each other to a pulp. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's just nuts
Yep.
for
Is
like
it
not
like
that much money.
is it like going back to like Neanderthal days, like
Yeah, some
caveman
of them.
days
Yeah,
almost?
that
Like
look usually
street fighting.
Yeah.
that look usually is created by two things: beetle brow wearing headgear too tight, or human growth hormone
Oh,
using
okay.
that.
Okay.
That's one of the main side effects.
Hmm.
And you look at people. Look at Sylvester Stallone's a perfect example. He even got busted with it about 5 years ago in Italy, but I see must not have quit taking it. Look at his forehead. There's a perfect classic example. Randy Couture,
Steroids?
MMA wrestler. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I watched a couple YouTube videos about Jeff Bezos the other night that were really interesting. They say he said he was going to be a theoretical physicist. And he got to Princeton. It's like, fuck, man, these guys are 10 times smarter than me.
And
And
so
he's
what
an
did he do?
interesting
Just
guy,
drop
though.
out?
They say if you read like some of these books that have been written about him, they say he's a real dick to work for. Probably why he's
Really?
so damn successful.
Hmm.
And I didn't realize that that woman he's with now is Tony Gonzalez's ex-wife or girlfriend. Remember him, the big tight end, pro football player, half white, half Mexican, real tall, good-looking guy, like 6'7", 280. He's a sports commentator somewhere, Tony Gonzalez, but I couldn't believe that was his ex, the one that Bezos is with now. I see they haven't gotten married, they're engaged. I mean, she looks to me like she has a dick.
She, well, I saw that. I saw that he got um divorced from his wife, and now he's with her. But I
Yeah, and
mean,
she got remarried to some school teacher, and they divorced in 2 years.
I mean, it is what it is. They probably needed to get a divorce. It's probably better off, and he found this woman, you know, and they seem happy together. So I don't really have much to say about.
Yeah, they all
If two
seem
people are
happy.
happy and
It's
they're doing,
temporary.
it's temporary.
Yeah.
It only lasts so long.
Yeah, he's got enough sense not to get married, though.
Well,
He
they're engaged
contacted
now.
Mark Kruk.
I guarantee you, they'll be getting married. I guarantee you.
I bet you they don't.
I, but they'll probably get married.
No. There's a finite period for people like you to manipulate men into doing that.
Manipulate.
No, and
Okay.
she's past the expiration date. If thrill is gone,
Oh,
and it's
that was a good
okay.
song.
Yeah,
The thrill is
yeah.
gone.
It's that she missed her opportunity, or he figured it out by then. I'll bet it's like she pegs him or something.
They'll probably end up. They'll probably end up getting. I don't know. I mean,
Nah, at that
he-
age with that money and all the pussy he has access to, why? I mean, he needs a fucking psychiatrist.
I mean,
And she almost looks like monkey-like.
I don't know. I thought she looks decent. Like she looks.
No, it's something fucking majorly off. She looks like she shot about 8 fucking ounces of Botox in each lip. And she's got those big, fake, nasty, ugly-looking, lopsided tits. I mean, really, she's right up there with fucking Bruce Jenner, whatever he calls himself now. Seriously, man. Fucking not even one bit attractive.
So Tom, please tell us what what the perfect woman would look like.
No,
for you.
just someone that doesn't look like a fucking kissing Grammy. You know, just there's something real. I mean, you act like you don't know what I'm talking about. If you looked at her, she looks like fucking transgender.
No, she doesn't.
No, she does. Yeah, I think she
What's her name? I'm gonna look her up right now.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Just put in there Jeff Bezos' girlfriend. It comes right up.
Yeah.
Tom, I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you should see me right now.
No, please don't do that to me with friends.
I'm laying here in a moo-moo. My hair's up. I took my teeth out, and I'm eating a ham sandwich.
Tom likes ham sandwiches during certain.
You're not my girlfriend.
I'm Tom's girlfriend. And I'm sucking on my oxygen.
Stephanie is lying again. Yeah.
Oh God! Oh, I have to laugh at myself because it's true.
Well, Tom likes ham sandwiches, right, Tom? During
Oh, yeah, God no.
Well, it's like tradition now. I have to have a ham sandwich when I'm on Tom's side.
Just remember that was on the stand of Mama Cass.
I can't stop laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she didn't choke on it either, by the way.
Okay.
Oh God! Oh man! Oh.
Yeah, I see what you mean about it. Her name is Lauren Sanchez.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
She does sort of have a post-surgical sort of look about her, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's not one bit feminine.
She's feminine.
No way. I think the same thing about Melania Trump. Just kind of something.
Yeah.
She looks trans too.
She looked kind of manly too.
Yeah.
Yes. She's
Brooke
handsome.
Shields is another one.
I think she looks cute.
I mean, you wouldn't think shit if they turned around and had a big old 8-inch cock.
No. In fact, you'd expect it.
Yeah, it just looks a little, not quite guy, not quite girl, like trans.
Yeah.
Well,
But I'll tell you, some of those transes, though, now if they get the whole deal and they maintain that hormone treatment, it's hard to tell.
a lot of people have get Botox and stuff, and
No, but it's more than that. I'm telling you, some of these look like just beautiful women with a big dick.
$29,000.
Yeah,
you wouldn't look like
you
a
wouldn't
woman
expect
tonight.
that though. They look like so. I mean, it's believable to me. You know, this is like on videos too, not like, they'll do like these interviews on some of these YouTube channels. It'd be hard guessing the voice the whole bit. Yeah, weird, crazy.
Well, yeah, some of them, they just have really distorted their faces from that
The Madonna.
Botox and stuff. Yeah, Madonna, man, she really looks different now.
Look at even Dolly Parton.
Yeah, Dolly, I like her. I like her singing, but yeah, she's used a lot.
It's
Kenny Rogers was
expensive.
pretty
It's
strange looking.
expensive to get those
You know who
Botox and
really
everything.
fucked up his face? Joe Walsh. He had a bunch of work done. Have you seen him recently?
No.
I can't stand him. He's
Well-
a good guitar player, but he's he's not that great.
Well, either way, he sure fucked his face up bad. He had a bunch of work done, and you can tell.
Yeah. He's Jewish.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. Yep. You think they get a bit. Barry Manilow looks weird too.
Yeah.
Another Jew.
Hmm.
Yeah. They Neil Diamond.
Another Jew?
Yes. Who did I see? Oh, you know who I didn't realize this? You know who's Jewish? Mark Knopfler.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I.
Yeah, I never I bought a book on Jewish rock stars at the used bookstore.
They have a book on that?
Yeah. And I had $6, something like that, and I flipped through it. It's like, shit, I didn't know this. There's some more in there too. I didn't know. I was just surprised. Obviously, Bob Dylan,
Yeah.
Barbra Streisand's no brainer.
Yeah.
Gershwin, the good composers, those guys. Yeah, Mickey Rourke doesn't look right either. I think he's a really good guy, though. Yeah, and who else looks a little strange? Who did I see the other day that was on there? I think Reba McEntire looks strange, but she's kind of looked strange her whole life.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. She always looks strange.
Yeah, just something almost like a cross between like a
Leprechaun
woman and a real woman. I can't quite put my finger on it. I could see her at a damn drag show as a performer.
Where?
Anywhere. I mean, she's kind of got that look of like drag show queen. They're around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for Mickey Rourke. Yeah, you're right about that. And he can't box worth a fuck. He's terrible. I mean, really bad. That was more of like a gimmick they tried to work, but he sucks as a boxer. Yeah, his fights are on YouTube. He says for a long time he said that plastic surgery was a result of getting boxing. It's nonsense. He didn't box long enough to get any kind of significant damage. And the guys he fought, you could see they were all fixed fights. He hardly ever got hit. That was all to, look better. It didn't have anything to do with boxing. If you look back at the history, you're not going to find anything that points against that. Because his photos were readily available the whole time he boxed, but it's a joke. It's kind of like Three Stooges boxing. I'm not shitting you.
I mean,
Jews, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Howard brothers.
Yeah, all three of them. Yep. Yeah. I was watching an old segment of that the other day. It was funny as hell. Good. Yeah, I thought that Walsh was strange. You'd have never heard of him outside of the Eagles. And I still
he had James Gang. He had his own three-piece band before Eagles.
Yeah.
The James Gang, and they were pretty popular. Netted him a bunch of money.
I bet he couldn't fill a casino now by himself.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, cause I don't know.
You think he could?
Yeah, a
You think he'd
casino,
get more
sure.
people show up than Gordon
Well,
Lightfoot?
they have, you know what? I was at a casino and there was a show going on, CeeLo Green, and even at the casino, it still wasn't packed for his show last. It was
No,
about a
no,
year or two
that's
ago.
weird. Some of these people, yeah, and you know, a lot of times they're already don't want it to look like that, so they're already comping all sorts of tickets.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, shit. I've been in Vegas before at those station casinos. The guys that used to own the MMA that sold it, they owned a couple of those gambling casinos. And man, they're smart. Yeah, they don't ever want empty seats, whether they got to give them away at the end or not.
Yeah, I found that that was kind of weird when we got, yeah, because I think that's what it was free tickets to the
They're
show
free
too.
tickets. That's it. Yep, they'll see how they got that down too now with computer programs like what's selling when, the histories of other shows in similar places, blah blah blah. So they got this like discount and giving them away thing down perfect. When they've run every ad they could find and way to sell a ticket and it doesn't, then they'll start comping them. But the stadium's full. I mean, you know, it's psychology. It's like a busy parking lot in a restaurant. You know, YouTube, how many subscribers you have. It's all this bullshit that works.
Yeah, you have a point.
Yeah, it's just the way it is, you know. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, Mark knows this. There's a million like just great musical artists on YouTube that could like are better than people that have made a living at it all over the place. And they'll always do it part-time. And that's just the way it'll be.
A lot of good, talented people that do
Yeah.
it part time.
Yeah. And they couldn't. They're better than some people that did it full time.
Hmm.
You know, it's crazy. But I don't think like B.J. Thomas, Gordon Lightfoot, all those guys. I don't think that you can do that now. Nobody even plays that on the radio, on any stations. America
What do you
too.
mean? Folk
That
music?
kind of
You
music.
mean?
Yeah, that kind of music. I don't
Yeah.
think you could. I don't think a guy just like Gordon Lightfoot now, the same everything, would ever make it now. That style of music. You know, that soft rock stuff, ballad stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the style. I mean, I don't think it's completely dead. I mean,
Not really around anymore. I mean, we have to listen to the oldies to, get any of that kind of music anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
the
what do you
music.
think of rock bands? There no rock bands like there used to be.
No, those clowns from where I lived. What's those guys that try and sound like Led Zeppelin? They're from Michigan. Greta Van
Oh,
Fleet.
Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah, I think they're terrible.
Yeah,
I think they're worse than Spinal Tap.
Yeah, they just, that's why all these bands, they're old men now, they're still touring around.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, it just seemed like, but you know, this is what happens when you get old. I mean, it's just like birds flying south. Came from an era, and our music was the best, and all
Right,
nobody knows what they're doing now.
right.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Well,
But
look at all this rap bullshit.
it just doesn't seem to be the talent pool that there once was, you know?
No. Yeah.
Right.
Well, did you hear about P. Diddy and now they're
Yeah.
going after Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I can't get enough of that.
they're going after him now for what is it? Sex trafficking?
Yeah.
Something
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
And if
He's
you
in
overlook it, sex trafficking, it's pretty damn simple to prove. And they take these women that, were in prostitution for 20 years, and then they get a hold of them, fix them up, and get their hair done, raise their right hand, they will bury your fucking ass.
Oh yeah, he's screwed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. All the
There's so
girls that
many
you
more
thought you had a
people
great
coming
relationship.
out.
Yeah, if you're a guy and you have that kind of wherewithal and money, you're not going to think some sextress going to come back to haunt you 11 years later.
Well, I know that's
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, he's going down. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be fun to see who's going down with him.
Yeah. Well, they had a list, Tom.
It hasn't been published, though, has it?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on Google.
Oh, really?
But none of the names sound familiar to me, Tom.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you know some of the people on there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, because I'm not into that music or anything, so I don't know any of the, names or whatever, but
Yeah.
oh yeah, he's got the feds on him big time.
Well, I know there was like some kind of like sex tape and everything else was released, and
Oh yeah, and he's being sued by several people too, personally.
well, I think his one wife passed away recently too, or his ex-wife. Or
Oh, really?
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
who? I forget who's this guy's girlfriend is. What is it, J-Lo or one of them? I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Who's his girlfriend? Does anybody know?
Oh, J-Lo was his girlfriend at one point, yeah.
Oh, but how about lately? Isn't he going with one of these like black like singers?
I guess he would like date these like younger upcoming girls and like try to help them in the industry. That was like
There you go.
Well, they showed a picture of P. Diddy and J-Lo when she was 18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but J-Lo, she's back with Ben Affleck now. They're back together. Yep.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
Yep.
Well, they're probably just trying to make an example out of him for something.
Yeah, fucking committing crimes.
Yeah, committing crimes.
Well, he's bad boy for life. He made songs about it. It's not like he's one of those people who hid from it.
Yeah, well, he can spend millions of his dollars on lawyers now.
His whole label is Bad Boy Records. That's what his
Oh,
label is.
God.
It's
Don't
not like
even.
this guy was like it's not like this guy was like this guy just trying to make a living for himself and his family. Like he made a living by being that way. That's how he made his money.
Yeah, but he won. But now it's not the same as the stuff he's being charged with.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he's being charged with sex trafficking.
I don't.
Well, yeah, it's
is he
the
being
state.
charged with that?
Well, he hasn't been officially charged yet, but what man flees his house and leaves his kids at the house? I mean, that's like the OJ thing. You run, you're guilty. What the hell?
Yeah, OJ was blatantly like I find it amusing. I find the whole thing like, well, I guess he's not guilty. He went to court, said he wasn't guilty. Guess he's not guilty, but
Yeah, he got his in the end, though.
he did.
He sure did.
It always comes back, so whatever.
Not all.
Yeah.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Not every single person comes
It does.
back. No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does not.
I think
I wouldn't know about it. Neither would you.
I just know.
No, you don't. Not everybody that commits a crime gets caught.
Right. Not at first.
No, sometimes never.
Okay.
How about DB Cooper?
My hero.
Yeah, mine too. What a total stud.
Yeah.
God, he really was. And today he couldn't buy a fucking double wide with what he
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It comes back. It always comes back in one way or another. So I mean,
How'd it come back in his case then? You can maybe add another addendum to the book. He got 200 grand for him. They didn't know where the hell to start looking. So where's the bad ending?
That was a weird deal, boy.
It
Yeah.
was.
Everyone was hoping he got away.
Yeah.
He was like he was like a hero to everybody, even though, he took the money.
Yeah.
Everybody, was cheering him, hoping he got away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was disappointing when they found that money.
Yeah.
Because if you followed that, I bought that book that just came out about a year ago and read it as well. Which is kind of a scientific publication on, the whole coordinates of the airplane, the wind that night and all that kind of shit. But finding that money was not good, because that's not a sign of a guy taking it and blowing it in Las Vegas because he had a terminal disease. It's like it came off along the way. But the weird thing is where it was that was way off from where they thought he jumped. And then
Yeah.
maybe it hit the water and floated down, and that was buried. That wasn't just something that sunk to the bottom and eventually covered with sand.
Right.
That money that kid found fishing. But on the other hand, if you were going to send someone down the wrong pike, what better place to bury some money, hoping it was going to be found someday, in a sandbar where people obviously dig once in a while.
Right.
I mean, he's a smart
It could have been a decoy.
Yeah. But that just is a pretty extravagant. You got to be really lucky to have all the cards fall in place.
Right.
For it to work in your lifetime, if ever.
Yeah.
Well, you worked in the justice system enough, right? Being a private investigator and everything. Do you feel that, did you ever, with the cases that you have, did you ever follow up on those people? Like, what happened to them, like, after everything?
Well, I was usually the guy sticking it to them through surveillance.
Yeah, you were.
Well, I knew it was, no, my job was done, when I got him, and I would hear through maybe, whoever there was an issue with, but not really. It didn't matter to me. It's the same old adage, don't take it personally. It's true. I was just like hired to do it. I did it, counted, it's accepted. Should have been more careful. I have busted so many people doing surveillance. Unbelievable. It's not even hard. It's like no skill. Just got them in all sorts of different.
What would you bust them for?
Oh, fraud usually.
Oh.
Arson. I busted a judge one time. He sued me. You can look it up on Google. Ravery versus Reed. Rabary versus Reed.
What did you bust him for?
Hanging around with attorneys that were constantly getting open awards on workers' comp cases in Michigan, which meant if you had an open award, that means you got paid forever. There was going to be no appeal, nothing. So it was a kiss of death for an employer. And they thought that this judge of the work comp system was socializing with those plaintiffs' attorneys. And I got about a week of them doing that down in Florida.
Oh, okay.
And then he sued me when he found out that I was the PI that had done it. And I went to court, and the judge ruled that I had to name the person that hired me, which I didn't do. So she was going to jail me, but the jail was full. And I had insurance, because you had to insure your people you did work for, but you'd be covered as well. And they appealed it. It was like $53,000. And I beat it in the Court of Appeals. That's what you'll read when you look up Ravery versus Reed. It gives the whole case summary.
So, do you think that it was good? It was a good thing that ended up happening when you did that. Like
yeah.
It was, okay.
I mean, if it's legal, if it's lawful, and somebody hires you to do it, I mean, there's a lot of things you need somebody, a good PI, to do. Law enforcement isn't going to do it. It's civil. You're getting your ass handed to you through some kind of lawsuit or whatever. But that's why I didn't really have an interest in people. I wanted to do work for companies.
Yeah, you said that you made most of your money doing insurance stuff.
Yeah,
Right?
mostly, yeah, I did. Yeah. Workers'
Yeah.
comp, liability, slip and falls.
Yeah.
Once in a while, PIP, which was a $10,000 immediate coverage if you got in any kind of car accident in Michigan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did. Okay, I would catch people. Like I would either catch them working. Well, that was the whole goal. Catch them working, which I did a lot. You know, they'd file a lawsuit a year later, and hell, they didn't know what happened to them. And my job would be to figure out what they were doing. And shit, when I did it, probably I caught 20% of them working. And the other ones, I tried to get them out of their restrictions. If you said your back hurt and you couldn't work because of it, and the doctor gave you an 8-pound restriction, and I catch you doing something that's over 8 pounds, like bowling or
Oh,
pulling a
okay.
deer out of the woods during hunting season, you're fucked.
That's why it's always important to follow whatever, if you do, because there are people, legitimate people that,
Yeah, and they didn't mind that. Insurance company, it's not like they're going out and having me make things up.
right,
You're just as happy when I've confirmed that this person is truly disabled
right.
than when they're not.
Huh.
Yeah, it's not all like, God, help us not pay this claim. I never experienced that. It was all like, you could give them 25 reports on, this person's disabled. They don't do this. They haven't done this, blah, blah, blah. We check these records. They didn't care. They'd still give you tons of business. But they liked you when you saved them a ton of money when you caught somebody lying.
Well, sure.
Usually the claims people get tipped off. They can't get a hold of them. They only call back like at lunchtime. They got tipped off by an ex-girlfriend, spouse, pissed off neighbor.
Yeah, that's how nice.
Yeah. All sorts of ways to catch them.
If people line up to catch somebody. Oh, here, well, this person.
Yeah, and they never really think. I've sat like near people and heard them talking about, getting followed, and I've been following them for a week.
I've been followed before, but I don't know why. Because it's not like I made some weird, like you would say, like if they made an insurance claim, why they're not working or
Yeah,
whatever.
you never know,
I waved. I actually waved a couple times and they laughed. Like I was like, "You want to take a picture? Like, take a I don't know what's going on here. Whatever."
It's a big advantage to knowing where they're going than just following them cold. Here's Ron Jeremy. Hey, Ron.
Good. How's my family doing?
Good.
Hey.
Good. We were just practicing playing the violin. We're going out in front of Walmart tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys missed me?
Yeah. Would Debbie go to bed already?
Oh, Debbie's doing her diamond art.
For what?
Debbie's doing her diamond art.
Oh, my sister does that, Chris.
That
Oh.
drove me nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, Debbie loves it.
Oh, I tried it because I'm like, they look so cool afterwards. They really do. And then I'm like, no way. I wanted to it stressed me out.
What is it?
Yeah.
You take a little stick, right? And you
Uh-huh.
glue each and every diamond in a pattern, but they're so tiny. These are like tiny little, they're not real diamonds, but they're like gems, like rhinestones. And you make a thing out of it, like a picture.
Yeah, the pictures are beautiful. My sister has made several of them.
Yeah.
It's like it kind of reminds you of like paint by number kind of deal.
Right.
Oh, but right, without what? Without the mess, right? So, yeah. You could probably see one of them.
Take the first one down.
What are they like? What's the
Can you see that?
design?
Can you see it, Tom?
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, I like that one.
Me too.
That's cute.
I'm a
How
dog
long does
person.
that take to do?
Oh, yeah.
Here's another one. See the heart one?
Yeah, hey,
Yep.
Chris, how long does that take to do?
It all depends. I mean, it could
So
take.
the Prince one.
It really all depends.
I was working and I was just doing this. It wouldn't take me that long.
The more time you spend on it, the quicker you can get done. I'm thinking maybe a week or two. It just depends on how much time you spend on it, basically. So
Really?
yeah,
So
I
how
could
many
probably do
hours?
it
How many hours we talking?
maybe 7, 8, or 9,
Okay.
maybe. I could probably do it. I could probably get one. I could probably do it in 2 or 3 days.
Wow, that long.
Yeah,
What's so fun about it?
it's relaxing. It's something to do.
It is relaxing.
Stephanie, have you done it before?
No, I tried it and I was like Michelle. It was too tedious for me.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where'd you
I
get it?
literally
Hobby Lobby?
Yeah.
You get
or
it at Hobby
Joanne's.
Lobby?
You can get it, yeah, and you can get it from Amazon too, Tom.
Look at
Yeah.
that one. Look at the Prince one Debbie did.
Nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful when it's all done. Yeah.
Oh, I know. Nice.
Yeah.
Is that like flat or raised?
And I have a friend that's doing it, but she's not going to be able to do it anymore because she's going blind.
Oh,
Yeah, she has to wear a thing on her like one of those construction helmets and with
That
lights.
she's got macular degeneration.
Yeah, she's like Debbie's, a little older than Debbie. She's going blind.
Wow. Stephanie, if I ever go blind, there's hope for you.
oh
Debbie-
God! And if
Debbie's
I
been
can
trying.
if I can never hear, there's hope for you, Tom.
Debbie's been trying to get me to do it, and I could do it though. I just don't want to do it. I guess.
Why not?
I don't know. It's not my thing. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. This is how it's interesting how like people have different hobbies.
Yeah.
What makes you like what you like?
Well, Tom, you like to read a lot.
Yeah, I get better as I get older. I keep reading more.
My hobbies
My
are more
knees hurt too much to leave the house.
my hobbies are movies and music. So those are my hobbies.
Now, yeah, I'll tell you why I read more because at this age, what the fuck else you gonna do? Go fucking pump iron? No. Get it?
I looked into it. And I was thinking about getting like a chicken coop
Yeah.
because chickens are so easy to take care of. It's not really and you get eggs
You
and
get E. coli too.
Chickens in New York.
yeah,
E. coli
there's
too.
tons of farms.
Get E. coli.
There's a lot of farms in New York.
Michelle, do you really want to go out and tend to chickens and get the eggs?
But you can get these. Yeah, I would love to do that. That'd be
Oh
fun.
God!
Can you have it in your neighborhood?
You can't. I looked up the order, and unfortunately,
Well, forget that.
you can't in the town that I'm in right now. But like the town next to me, you can. But you have to have a license, and you can even have one in the
You like
city.
gerbils? Do you like gerbils?
No, I don't really. I'm not a big fan of rodents.
No.
I bet you like them.
Ferrets? Pretty cool. Ferrets are pretty cool animals.
You're so bad. What is wrong?
You like fish? Fish tanks? I like fish tanks, but they're a pain in the ass to clean.
We're gonna have to like. Oh.
Yeah, what the fuck's he talking about now?
Fish tanks.
Fish tanks are cool to have, but they're a lot of work though.
What?
Fish tanks.
Oh yeah, fuck those. You gotta do. If I got a fish tank, it's gonna be filled with fucking tilapia.
Exactly
Just
right.
like Stephanie's Asian neighbor.
I love tilapia.
Yeah. Home sweet home. Don't knock it until you tried it.
Oh boy!
Yeah. Chris, you and Michelle need to communicate more and just figures who's bullshitting who the worst about quitting smoking.
I have not quit smoking, and I don't have an active plan to quit smoking. So
No, but you did
Cigarettes are,
not long ago.
how much are cigarettes in New York by you? They're probably about $15, right?
yeah, they're 15, but you can go to the reservation and get them for like $2.
Wow.
They're not as good though, are they?
They're not as good, but they're not horrible. I've had cigarettes that were horrible that were $15 a pack. So I mean, it is what it is.
Wow. I would quit at that point. They're like 8 something here. So
No, you wouldn't. You keep smoking. No, you would.
my only bad habit.
You can get a pipe. Get like
No,
one of
you interrupt too.
those pipes.
And you talk about static.
You're funny, Tom. Party,
Oh, God.
party on, right, Tom?
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Yeah, smoking. I don't know why. It's like our hobbies. What you like to do, drink.
I know it's bad for you. I
I
don't know.
never was
What
interested in smoking for some reason. I don't know.
I think a lot of people start in high school, and that's where I started mine.
Yeah, it didn't really interest me.
Oh, you're lucky that you never got caught up in smoking.
I mean, I think it depends on how stressed out you are too, and like
Yeah,
it
does.
it helps with stress.
I'm stressed out from being old.
Yeah. It's a lot of new worries.
You're not that old, are you?
I'm
66.
66.
Oh, that's still young.
Oh, yeah. I feel it.
Yeah.
I feel young.
Michelle,
Well,
Yeah.
Debbie's 65.
Michelle, you mentioned the other day you were pregnant. Is that still the case?
As far as I know, I haven't gone to the doctors yet to get anything confirmed. If it is, I'm only a couple months, so
Well, you better go,
Why?
silly.
Yeah, but
they don't know.
you're not
because
supposed to be smoking, are you?
You're not supposed to do a lot of stuff while you're pregnant. You're not
Exactly.
supposed to eat certain foods when you're not pregnant and whatever. I did the same with my first pregnancy. I did everything, and he came out not prematurely. He came out in perfect health. His APGAR scores were they rated out of a 10. He was a 9.9 as far as his skin color, everything that's all.
Yeah, my
sister-
mother smoked with my sister and I.
His lungs
Maybe
were
that's our
fine.
problem.
Yeah. That's a good guess.
No.
My sister smoked when she was pregnant and turned normal. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
they don't
Yeah.
recommend it. I mean, but
you
How old
should
is
have.
she?
about Debbie's age, my sister.
How'd those kids turn out?
Normal.
Your sister.
Normal.
My
Yeah, like
sister.
what?
As normal as you, Tom, okay?
Yeah, no, really. I want normal. I want to know. I want the details. Chris, what do they do for jobs?
My sister. She used to be in banking,
The kids.
accounting.
The kids.
Oh, my sister only has one daughter.
What's she doing for a living?
She's retired.
Grandkid.
Well,
Retired.
she has 3 kids though.
Retired.
How could
Yeah.
she be retired? How old's your sister?
About Debbie's age.
And then how old's the daughter?
30s.
So who's retired?
My sister and brother-in-law both are. My
So
sister.
the daughter works?
My sister has lupus. That's why she couldn't work anymore.
No, I know, but the sister's daughter, does she work?
Yeah, she works. Yes,
What's she do?
she works in accounting
Oh, okay.
at a bank.
All right.
Wait for that. I know you don't believe in climate change.
Yeah, lupus, that's a tough disease.
You ever heard of lupus?
Oh, yeah, I know all about it. Yeah,
Oh.
disease of the connective tissues.
Yep.
It's another one of those weirdo autoimmune diseases. Like
Another one's bad.
rheumatoid arthritis.
Another bad one too.
That's,
Yeah, we lost a friend of that one. Gary.
oh, wow.
That's a bad one. And the other one
Rita
that's
says can cause low birth weight, smoking.
My son was 9 pounds 7 ounces, 22 inches long, born on his due date.
You hear about those two girls that were joined together that they got married?
No.
They're two conjoined twins.
Oh yeah, I saw those. I saw an article, but I didn't read it. They got married.
They're both conjoined together.
Yeah, that's got to be some weirdo fucking fetish.
That's weird.
But
They look like fucking monsters, both of them.
But can you just imagine being attached to somebody all day long and you can't get rid of them?
No way.
No. No, I think it's the most miserable life, but they're just fucking strange. I mean, their brains fucked up too.
Well, one brain, I don't know how it works, but it's weird how it works. So.
Yeah, well, you'll know how it works when you listen to them interviewed. I can take about 30 seconds of them. Now they're getting married. This guy's got to be a fucking total wacko too.
He's married to two women, I guess. I don't know how, because they're conjoined.
Cute women. They're not cute.
No, they're not. I mean, they're not the best looking, but they're okay, I guess.
Yeah, they look like Appalachian people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
But it's sad that they weren't. They should have been separated at birth.
Yeah, I
think
don't
they could,
understand. I don't understand why people don't separate them.
Yeah, if they'd have been mine, I'd have separated them with a chainsaw.
Tom, I meant to ask you, do you still talk to any of the women that you interviewed
Yeah,
in Detroit
unfortunately,
ever?
yeah, I talked to one yesterday.
Oh, well, are they still alive? Like that's
Yeah,
what
that one is barely.
Yeah.
They medical odds. Honest to God. Fucking unbelievable. It's Tassie.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, it's just fucking out there, just like it was when I met her.
It was just weird because like you did those interviews for so long with these girls, and then it's
Yeah,
like, are they still
I hear
alive?
from Sherry from time to time. That's about it. Like Becky once in a while.
What about Maddie?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm sure I could call Maddie and talk to her if she could call me if she felt she needed to, but I don't. No.
Well, that just goes to prove this is a good scientific thing too. If you're happy, you'll just live longer in general, even if the odds are against you. So those drugs that they're taking that are making them happy is probably the reason why they're living so long.
There's an argument, but they're also on a scale of like typical mean age. They're relatively young.
They're in their 30s and 40s and 50s, right?
That's young. But if you look at death rates, I mean, not that many people die in their age. And when they do, it's because of, car wrecks and breast cancer. It's not the same thing that gets the people
that are doing drugs and everything and sleeping around for money.
I mean, there's an argument. I've read that before, and like they said that's why Mick Jagger looked good because of the quality of drugs that he'd taken. And that could be just.
Who thinks Mick Jagger looks good?
Well, I mean, he looks pretty good for 80.
Oh, he looks horrible.
You think so?
Just do drugs, you guys. You guys will look good and live forever.
But see, I'm not a big Mick Jagger fan, Tom. So of course I wouldn't think he looked good. So.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him either.
Oh, Frisky's trying to come up. No, she's not on here. There's nobody on here. It says browser as camera mic block. No, it doesn't. Nope. I see them all too. There's Stephanie, Michelle, and me. Yeah, I haven't. It comes up. Like now, I changed the screen. I just went ahead and tried it, so I could see more squares than I did. I can see 6 now instead of 3. And that's where I didn't see Michelle earlier. Like,
you know what? You know how you keep on talking about car wrecks? I would love for someone to wreck my car again so I could get a new one. If anybody's like in the Rochester area and like wants to come and like total my car again, please, because I really need a new car. I really want a new car. So feel free. I'll give you my license plate. You come follow me. I'm sure you already know who I am.
You can't trade it in?
I can't, and it's because I owe I ended up getting screwed $10,000 in the deal, and I didn't realize it because I went in there, I needed a car, and come to find out I paid $10,000 more for it than what it's actually worth.
Oh, that
So
sucks.
if I do go that route, it would just be more money. So my best bet is to go bankrupt, start over, get a new car, and
Seriously,
go.
man, there's a theory to that.
There is. I know a lot of people who went bankrupt and they ended
Yeah.
up being better than what
Yeah.
they were before they
Yeah,
were
you get to keep
bankrupt.
your house, discharges your debt.
Yeah, bankruptcy is not a this I know a lot of people who went bankrupt and they actually end up better financially.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's legal and lawful, and it has to be approved by a judge. It's not fraud.
Well, bankruptcy isn't fraud. Like,
No, but people think it is. They think it's, they'll give you all these examples, little love, ripping off the system. And they got tons.
ripping off the system. How about putting into the system for so many years and not getting anything back from it? You know what I mean? Like, for people who worked all their lives and weren't on welfare or anything else, it's like saying that somebody who's on welfare most of their life is a fraud, and that's not the case. There's probably a reason behind it. So what? They took what they were entitled to.
That's the same argument with immigration.
Those are benefits that you're entitled to if you need them. It's not a fraud if you're on whatever kind of benefits that the United States gives you. That's not being a fraud, or that's not fraudulent.
Right. But you would agree that there are people that do commit fraud on the same programs.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure, yeah.
So it could be.
Well, it could be. I mean, that's just the way. But I mean, taking something that is your right to have isn't fraud.
Right.
Having to go through a hard time and to try to rebuild yourself, and then America offers you these programs and taking advantage of them so that you can get back on your feet. It's not fraudulent.
What's Reed asking about have to do with bankruptcy? Is she talking about fraud?
Not bankruptcy?
Yeah, bankruptcy's not. I'd file it if I had to. I wouldn't give a shit.
I know a lot of people who filed bankruptcy who ended up fine.
Yeah, I believe it. There is some fucked up stuff, I think, that comes along with it. Like you get low limits on a credit card and high interest.
I do not give a shit. I really could care less about getting credit cards. I never liked them before. It doesn't bother me. I don't
have any credit cards anymore.
I don't blame you, because it doesn't make sense. Because, like I said, you buy stuff on a credit card and then you have to pay all this interest rates. That's a fraud. That's a fraudulent system.
They offered it and you agreed to it.
Right, but it's out of screwing you out of lots of money. They're like,
yeah, you voluntarily agreed to it.
Here's some. But I did it on one case.
Yes, you did.
No,
the other ones you did.
The second one I did.
The first one you did.
No, the first one I didn't. But the second one, I put in the application, signed my name to it. That one is 100%. But like I said, that's a fraudulent. That people like sometimes get crazy and they're just like, just get more credit cards and stuff like that. A lot of people get into credit card debt because they don't. Like I went to, it was Walgreens, I believe, and they're all like, "Oh, do you want this credit card? This and that." And I'm like, so first of all, I'm not a big credit card fan, and then I go to look on the screen, it was like 35% interest rate. I'm like, what? I was like, there's no way. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, we understand. And I'm like, that's like freaking crazy.
Walmart's like that too on their credit card.
Is it really? Yeah, get our credit card. 30%. So what would that be financially? Think about that. $100. Let's say you put $100 on your credit card. With a
35.
So it'd be $135. That's freaking nuts.
Well, I would commit fraud. I'd go get a bunch of credit credit cards and then I'll die in a couple years.
Yeah, no, that's the way to do it. No, I was going to mention
Then what are they gonna do?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Never
You're gonna-
thought of that, Tom. We
But-
could have fun in Georgia.
Is it true? Is it true?
So just make the minimum payment.
Is it
Exactly.
Is it true that if you, let's say you did that, right? Like, let's say you legitimately, you did that.
Okay.
Now, and you pass away,
Yeah.
Right.
that just gets wiped off, right?
No,
It doesn't
not
go
unless
down.
if you have some assets, it doesn't.
I don't have
Right.
shit.
No, so they'd be fucked with Stephanie. But here's the thing too, Stephanie. When they realize your age
Uh-huh.
and they, check you out,
Oh,
I bet
yeah.
you they're willing to take it in the ass for a low limit, but you're not
Yeah.
going to be at the level you could have fucked them at when you worked at Boeing.
Oh no. No, I had credit cards
You've
back
got the
then.
data out there over the years. These credit card companies, crunch all this data, and they've been
Right.
like this a million times.
Oh yeah.
There's a mechanism in there to where they may roll the dice on a low dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you're right, Tom. Of course not. My income is not what it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, it doesn't matter when you have like 2 or 3 people that do pay their credit cards and they're paying a 30% interest rate. It pays off for anybody who defaults on them anyways.
Yeah, they make a killing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't really matter. I don't feel bad for credit card companies at all.
Yeah, but you're acting like it's a trick, and they deserve to be screwed.
They promote it like these wonderful like things, and then they put all this fine print, like, get this card with, you can get this perk and that perk and everything else, and then you start reading the fine print, like, and some people don't like it, because I sold credit cards before. I've sold credit cards, didn't want to do
Yeah.
it,
Well, you
but I
always
did.
have to read it. I
And
mean,
but that's the thing. People don't in general. People do not in general. If you can get somebody at a certain time and make it seem like this amazing thing and everything, a lot of people, and not all, but the majority of people do not look at or even care to even know interest rates and everything else. Like,
oh
all the
yeah.
fine
Well,
print
look
is.
at these loan companies that charge 100% interest. I mean, years ago, I mean, Tom, wasn't there a law where they could only charge so much?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that exists anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is. I think it's
Or they
like it's
want-
pretty high, like on the east side. Like Michelle's is pretty high, I'll bet.
what?
What Stephanie
high?
said.
What-
The
Interest rates.
interest rates on credit cards. You can't just there's a limit the
Well-
states impose.
So, right. Okay. So here's the thing with credit cards. A lot of it has to do with your credit, obviously, too. Your interest rate. A lot of them are variable. Not every credit card is just a flat interest rate. So a lot of it has to do with your credit, in general, and how much money they're going to give you. But just like you said, Tom, like, some people can get a higher level on their cards than others. But I mean, either way, it's a scheme. Like,
No, it isn't. They offered it.
it's a scheme
You
to make
agreed
money.
to
It's a business. It's a business
Yeah,
scheme.
but they offered it and you agreed to it. They didn't force you to.
Mm,
Right.
Not their fault. You didn't read the fine print.
Right, but they advertise at a certain
You
way.
got what they advertised.
Right. I got tricked. Yeah, you're right. I absolutely.
You weren't tricked.
No, you didn't get tricked, Michelle. You didn't read it, honey.
Big difference.
Oh, that's fine. But then I'm an asshole.
No,
And
you
no,
just didn't
I'm
read it.
not saying that, but I mean,
No,
now,
but like I
everybody's
said,
out to make money, and
I
I
know.
mean, and it's your best bet is not to get any. like
Right. Oh,
me.
well,
I'm not
the
going to
only
give somebody that.
the only reason why I got credit cards to begin with was just to pay for food and everything else for my basic needs. So I don't
Right.
care. They can screw me
Yeah, and
over
they
all they
helped you
want.
out when you needed them.
Right.
Right. So now you got to pay the piper.
Not trick. So you don't place any of the responsibility on this issue with yourself. It's their fault for advertising it and their fault that you agreed to it and signed to it.
No, my dad is fault. But what I'm saying is that from a person who sold credit cards is it's a game, and some people get sucked into it more than others,
You
and
get
it's a
sucked into it. You needed fucking money, and there was a fee for it.
I've trust me, Tom, I've seen it where like I didn't even feel good about the whole situation after it was said and done.
What's that got to do with it?
What's that got to do with it?
Yeah, I'm talking about you and credit and you signing up for the deals, not when
Right.
you
Well,
sold them to somebody else.
when I signed up for my when I actually did sign up for the second credit card that I got, yeah, it was my
Well,
fault.
Michelle, when I first started getting credit cards, see, I had one Visa card, but all my other credit cards were department stores.
Oh,
Yeah, and so yeah, I got sucked in. I think at one time I had 7 cards. I had Nordstrom's and Penny's and well, it's Macy's now, and
You were
some
sucked
other
in
little
by your
stores.
own volition
well,
or
you know what? I
something the
am
credit
very
card company
thankful.
did.
I am very thankful for the credit card companies because if it wasn't for them, I would have ate. I wouldn't have been able to even survive. So I mean,
Right,
hey,
exactly.
I just got to
And
I
pay
I
know
them
lots
wouldn't
of
back.
credent card companies.
What's
I
that?
wouldn't have survived without the
So thank
designer
you, thank you,
handbag.
thank you, Discover Card. Thank you, Discover Card, and thank you for the whatever for paying for my food to be able to eat for a few years, and I'll just go bankrupt and probably still have to pay some of it back. But thanks for keeping me
No, not if you
alive.
do it right. Get a Chapter 7 full discharge.
No, I mean I still, like I said, I'm still a responsible person. Like I'll pay some of it back or all of
No,
it,
it doesn't work
whatever.
it
It
that
might
way if
take a
you file
while.
bankruptcy.
Oh, I don't know what bankruptcy
You can
is.
get
So.
like they'll Chapter 11 where they'll give you Chapter 13 where they'll work out payment plans and counseling, and you got to jump through some hoops.
Oh, I don't want to go through counseling and stuff. I'd rather just like get screwed over and go through the full thing because I already know why I did what I did when I did it, and I know how to not spend money and everything else. So I'll just I'm never getting another credit card again. I don't care if my credit score is horrible because of it. I don't even care. I'll
Oh, I
just
know. You have to
live how
go
I have
through
to
it.
live.
I will never get another credit card either. I mean, you have to go through that. I
Yeah, I mean,
started too
because I
young.
had a credit card, my son got a really good graduation, so I don't really care.
Exactly. Oh, I
He
know,
got a really good
Michelle.
graduation party.
No, credit is good for, the things, that you want to get, or like you said, your son's birthday or a designer
Yeah.
handbag or
Oh,
something,
yeah, I know.
Uh, but, um,
Or
but yeah.
clothes to fit you because you don't have any clothes to like even fit you and you need to get clothes to
Oh,
go or
yeah,
something.
the
Yeah.
clothes.
You know what? Like honestly, like it's probably better off if you're just on welfare because there's so many programs for it. Like there's no point in working 40 hours a week and trying. There
No, it's
really
true.
isn't.
Oh,
There's
I
no
know.
point.
I
Just
know, Michelle. It's
get wel
hard.
get welfare, have the government pay for your housing, freaking everything else. It'll cause you less stress and
Oh, I know. I know. I'm so glad now. Oh, man.
well, just like Tom even said, like you go on Medicaid and they'll pay for you could get healthcare, good healthcare, whatever, and you don't even have to worry about paying
Yeah, but
for it.
she can't now.
Medicaid is hard to. You can't.
Well, you
Yeah,
got
I
other
don't
income. You'll
qualify.
never qualify.
I don't qualify. They say they say, Michelle, my income's too much and I'm barely making it.
Well,
I mean, it's
you know
bullshit.
that you know what's on you know that your medical records are also linked up to your credit score and everything
That's right.
else.
Right.
So when I go bankrupt, watch my health get worse. Oh, she's bankrupt. She can't have, she's not entitled
Yeah,
to
but
health care. Not
get
that I
one
was
of those
getting
free
from.
consultations. Those bankruptcy guys advertise all over the place.
I don't want any guy like, dude, freaking file bankruptcy. I want to go to court. Yeah, bankrupt. Okay, great, and then move on. I know why I went bankrupt. I'm not an idiot. I've been on my own since I was a young teenage person. Like, shit went south for me. Whatever. I want it done, over with, move on. Like, screw me over some more. I don't care. I really don't at this point. You
Well,
know?
good luck.
Oh, whatever. I'm not.
Hey, JMO.
Do
I'm
drugs,
going
be on
bankrupt right
welfare.
now.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, you're right, Rick.
Smoke dope, freaking get on Medicaid. Don't do what I
Yeah,
did. Don't live a sober lifestyle and freaking try.
right.
It doesn't work out. Be crooked, freaking screw over a bunch of people, you know, drink, smoke, whatever.
Oh God.
You'll be happier. Like, at least, hey, with pot or alcohol, at least, it doesn't matter so much when you're fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed. Bye, you guys.
Yeah,
I'm all
it's only
tired, but I know if I stay
10:30.
up here.
I know I'm tired too, and it's only 10:30 here, and I'm like, my God, I'm gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Well,
it's
thank
been
you guys
fun
for
as
coming in.
usual.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stephanie. Michelle.
Yep.
Have a good
See you
night.
guys.
Party on. Bye,
See
Rita.
ya.
See
Bye.
you, JMO, Drifter.
Bye, chat.
Want to miss anybody? Rita. Rob still out there, and whoever's wishing. The screen is still not right, so I don't know how many people came on tonight. Just the people I could read in the chat. They usually give you a number, but like I said, I'm going to mess with that now. See if I can fix this. Let's see here. Put cancel. Yeah, that would have fixed that. I didn't have the balls to hit that. All right, well, you guys take it easy. Have a good day tomorrow. Happy Easter. Party on. Yeah, it did come up, but it only came up with your profile once. The other time it was gray the whole time, which meant that it was like a bad connection. And everybody else came up fine tonight. So I don't know what the hell that problem is. Weird. Well, good night, you guys.